Some platforms or game features may not work correctly, may crash. Your feedback is crucial in helping to make the game better. Please send an email to support.yazagames.com to report bugs or send feedback. Okay, well that's kind of nice. Also, I have no idea if the audio is proper. Yeah, I think it's about the same as Persona, because the Xbox and the PlayStation are about the same. But not the PlayStation. Games on the Xbox are just in general about the same, so it's fine. It looks just a little bit. Here we are. Alrighty. I am ready. Academy? New journey, dual bit bestiary. I have no idea what I'm looking at. Welcome in. This is Inkulinati. I am playing it on the Xbox because I have no self-control. Also because it's easy. There is something to be said for the ease of being able to plug in the Elgato and just loading a game up that I have no idea what I'm about to get into. They have a Discord server. Oh boy, should probably check that out. Game is currently available in early access. We will continue to prove it over the next months. Expect new beasts, playable tiny Inkulinati, talents, and so much more to come in the future. For beginners. Okay, let's see. Let me see the difficulties here, because I don't know what's going on. Boredom point draw for per one drawn beast. A beast's boredom level will decrease by 1 if they aren't drawn during battle. Enemy beasts deal low damage. Right, what is master? Greater than yours. I see. Master Incarnate. Tiny Inkulinati's health 15. Starting living ink 12. Regains nothing after each battle. Number of quills you start with. 2 boredom points per 1 drawn. I have no idea what any of this means. I'm gonna go normal because I'm not horribly bad at video game, but I'm not the best, so. Alewife? Character. Miller. The Miller knows what's important in life, but does not inspire confidence. Looney. Master's second cousin, twice removed. Growing up in the orphanage wasn't too hard on him. That's nice. So it's either strong woman in these difficult times, the Miller, or the Looney. Not seem like the units change, so I will just... It doesn't affect anything. I will be... Oh, do they have orange? Hope they have orange. Yes! They have orange. This is good. We have my colors. This is good. Wait, does that change? Okay, no, it's Looney's blue. We'll go with Miller. Name cannot be changed later. We'll do Demiki. It works easy. Echo, you claimed first today. Excellent. How's it going today? It is your boy. How's it going? I need to stretch myself. I spent much of today actually working, which is surprising for a Sunday, but because I got woken up too early, I feel. Ah, also my boy. This is my boy. Ya boy. You are ya boy. This is my boy. Let's see. What am I dealing with? Beasts. Required prestige. I see. Now it's the boy. The boy! My son. Let's see. So I can either choose dogs or rabbits. I see. I will choose dogs. And actions. We'll just leave it default because I don't know what any of this means. Fit mode? Anointed hands. Hand actions used on friendly beasts increase their halo level by 1. Also remove heresy. I don't know what any of this means, so we will just play. Whoa. I have no idea what this game is. I just saw it in the Xbox like Game Pass. If I do an adoption redeem, can it be this this emote? I can try. I can certainly try. I mean, granted, I was talking earlier on Twitter about trying to do a very crappy, not crappy, but like doing an animation of the Xavier Renegade Angel bit, and it's just me talking to me. All right, what am I doing? Oh, whoops. Archer, like this works, I think. Okay. I think I understand. Maybe. Perhaps. Oh. Today, you will pass your final exam, become an Inkulinati master, and then set off on your Inkulinati journey. You still have to face a wild beast encounter before you can take your exam, though. What do I do again? Just select the wild beast encounter icon. Tiny Inkulinati versus wild beast encounters are marked with a sword and quill. The tiny Inkulinati is not available once you've entered as master. I think I understand. I don't understand. Let me write that down real quick, Hecko. That I will let you know, just to let you know, I might be a bit inundated this week. If only because I'm working on the demo, because the demo for my game is coming out Friday. And I have to really crack on it, so I will try to fit it in when I can. I'm not in a hurry. I know it's crunch time. And not exactly. I guess I'm grateful that I'm not putting myself through crunch unless something really goes wrong, and then I'm like, nope, gotta fix a bunch of stuff. Granted, I did have a sudo. I had a save file on a build of the game, and it broke on me, which was just honestly like kind of amusing to me because I was like, oh, of course it's an error that I didn't catch because I wasn't paying because I just didn't catch this one. So I fixed that. It's fixed now, but it means I have to reset my save file with the new build, along with all the other changes I made. So I have to hope that it worked out. Okay. How does this game work? Chapter 1. Expect the unexpected. You will encounter various beasts, battlefield elements, and random events. Spot a beast or an element you haven't seen before. Use hints and instructions to learn more. The toggle hints, turn them on and hover over any elements to view them. Press the assign button to open the instruction tab. Sword attacks deal the most damage, though they can only target adjacent fields. Spear attacks can reach up to 2 fields away and have the longest melee reach. Bow attacks can hit everybody except for adjacents. Learn about the rules. Press the assigned hint button. Access the instructions before returning back to battle. I see. I see. But yes, I actually spent most of today playtesting, which was kind of surprising, if I'm gonna be honest. I love the little sounds, they're adorable. I'm gonna turn the game up a little bit because I'm not sure how well you guys are gonna be able to hear it. But it's absolutely adorable. I love this. A little dog just go. Rawr. Take this action immediately if there's a beast on the field. You could take this action immediately if there was a beast on this field. It means a beast is in range, even if you cannot. But you cannot take this action. You cannot push a braying beast. It is in range. RB. I see. Move here. I feel like I'm understanding, but I also don't know. Basics. Tiny Inkulinati. Okay, wait. Maybe we should look at this. I should read. Tiny Inkulinati is unique beast. Unlike the others, they cannot walk on their own. You need to push your tiny friend in order for them to move. In order to win an Inkulinati duel, you must destroy your opponent's tiny Inkulinati. To do so, either reduce its health to 0 or push it into the abyss or the fire of the apocalypse. This is the action panel of an active beast. Currently, it happens to be the tiny Inkulinati. Here you can select the beast you intend to draw, the ink drop, perform an action. There is a crafter streamer I follow that she does medieval art stuff there in France sometimes. Ah, I see. This kind of artwork is fascinating to look at because I imagine that emulating a style like this would not be like an easy thing to do. What did I do? The trouble I have is that I have not yet learned how the game actually plays, so I am still figuring it out. Ow. Living ink and wild encounters. Collecting ink and wild encounters is important too. For every 12 you gain, you get a special bonus. We'll gain some health and some positive effects. Oh, I see. Special attacks, AoE attacks. Just okay. Attacks both adjacent fields at once can be used every 2 chapters. Well, that's cool. The attacking. I imagine seeing this kind of stuff is just really fascinating when it's okay. Yeah, that was an accident. I should not have allowed him to hit me. These. How do I change targets? Beast is already moved. Cannot select another beast. Okay. Well, this is fine. He is dead. What? A spear boy. It is funny though seeing this game just as it is though. Can I not move? There we go. This is the kind of stuff though that when you're looking at crafts, it's really fun because this is so different. And I think some games are sold almost better through their art style rather than anything else. How do I not take nap? That is fine. How do I turn him around? Push with arrows, prayer. Up. How do I change? How do I move him in a? My trouble is that I don't think there's a way to turn around exactly. Patience is ink. Ink will be collected once. All. Don't move your beast until the end of the chapter. Confused? Don't know what to do. If you can't attack an enemy, pray or take a nap. Oh, you have to turn around, I suppose. I like this is the kind of stuff though that when you see somebody who knows how to craft this kind of stuff, it's really fun because you end up seeing something really neat. I think a lot of times you end up seeing some cool stuff when you see crafts like this. I found it. Ooh. Yeah, I think that this game, I could definitely say it's built on its art style. I definitely also think this game was definitely was built on PC with the intention of you're using a mouse and keyboard. I will definitely say that much. Take nap. We liffy. Okay. Let me write that. I'm gonna write that down for myself so I can go watch later. I will go watch myself later if I can. I will attempt. Ow, my dog. Going to get that man. Okay, wait. I can't actually make that attack. Crap. No, I can't. No valid targets in range. Here's. Okie dokie. You know what? I'm gonna also read a little bit more drawing. You draw a beast in your field close to your tiny Inkulinati. The arches mark your drawing range. Green arches mark fields where an action can be performed. Purple mark field and range where an action can't be performed. IG, if that field is already occupied by a beast. Cost of every beast is shown in the drop icon next to its portrait. Okay. Moving and attacking. Move on to a green field. Okay. Well, not in its turn. Still take an action. Once a beast is moved, you cannot switch to a different one. Moving a beast onto a yellow field. Or taking an action without any movement will force the beast to take a nap and end its turn. Beast can still take an action after moving in this range. Beast will take a nap and end their turn after moving into this range. Hover over any beast to view their movement and action range. If you're close to an enemy, choose the attack. Target and confirm. Swords can only attack in adjacent. Yes, I figured that one out. Okay, let's see. Oh, I'd like to attack. Bonk him! Revenge! I do appreciate flowers like sand. My flowers like sand in your eyes. What? This cannot be. I don't know what happened. I think I understand, but I also don't. I definitely think this game is one of those ones where I need to learn more as I go. Your health regenerates a little after every battle. And how many points you ask? Like I said at the beginning, it depends on your difficulty. What if I lose all my health? Your health drops 0, the battle's lost. When you lose a battle, you will be restored to a full health and lose a quill. You lose a battle and don't have any quills left, your journey is over. Inkulinati get tired of drawing beasts. Every time they draw a beast, their boredom level goes up. Higher the boredom, the more ink it takes to draw a beast, the higher boredom. Alright, to decrease boredom, draw different beasts in your next battle. Fight a beast versus beast battle or visit the chapel. Got it? Yes. I think I understand. So is it's clearly got some sort of roguelike situation? If I'm not mistaken. It almost feels like this is going to end up feeling like a roguelite where it's just continuously ending up. Sometimes your beasts need to move up or down. Non-flying beasts can use ladders. Flying beasts don't need to. Well, that's an interesting piece that I didn't know. I didn't know there were things that could fly in here. Sometimes use beast actions or attack enemies on different levels. Not with a sword, though. Check the action range to see if your beast can reach the enemy standing on a different level. I see how it is. Okay. Run, doggo. He is done. Dog. I like how this this game is interesting. Like I'm still learning stuff, but I do not using Inkulinati. Okay, this one. In addition to drawing beasts, the tiny Inkulinati has a secret weapon hand actions. Unlike other beasts, the tiny Inkulinati can perform any number of available actions during their turn. Using the SWAT action to target an enemy, if the target is out of range, you can move your tiny closer with another hand action. Whew. I've been having some early mornings this weekend. Apologies if I yawn a few times. Let's see. Select different beasts, hover over select different. You can only do this if you haven't already performed an action. There is cooldowns though. Well, the number is the number of chapters remaining until the cooldown ends. Let's see. So can I bonk this one? I can. Well, that's cool. It's just kind of like let's see. Cannot move him. I can drag him there though. That works. Take nap. There we go. I'm slowly learning. I will say I think it's fun just play. I think this game is fun because it's predicated on the fact that you're here for the strangeness of it. Oh, he's gonna poke me in the backside. Ow. Why would you do that? How to steer your eyes? You can steer your eyes. Some call it a camera. We haven't created one yet in the medieval times. Or to examine closer to the manuscripts or study the battlefield by reducing the size of it. Picture will better. Whew. My adrenaline is clearly not kicking yet. Let's see. Attack. Bonk. There we go, though. Oh, he can hit me from all the way up there? That's mildly dangerous, I'll say. Back. Oh, hit a 6. That's fine. That is okay. What the? Oh, but I can hit downward, I see. There's something really funny about just the nature of being able to just be like, ah, yes. I'm going to draw these funny dogs and they will fight. That is the objective. Take nap. Chapter 3. Dogs are on the advent. What is he gonna do? Oh no. Send him that way. Wait, no. Go here. Oh, I didn't get to do an action. Ah, that's okay. That's okay. Slowly figuring it all out. It's okay. Okay, doggo, are you ready? Okay, well, I hope so. Just there's something really funny about this game. Just imagine if Fire Emblem was built like this. I will hit him. The sound design's also nice. I think the sound design is really nice. It's very funny. Whoops. Okay, which dogs can I still... Oh, I can attack. There we go. Perish, donkey man. I think it's nice though, because this strategy game, losing to you is like winning, my friend. Hey, you know, you don't mess with the miller. Ooh. Also, this game has some of the has some really funny facial expressions. Look at that guy. Look at the guy though. I appreciate how this game looks, but looking beyond just aesthetic, I will say I do appreciate that it's really simple gameplay. Which is not a slight at it at all. I think the fact that... Oh, wait. Foxes! I will grab foxes at any time. Siege lets you choose dialogue options unavailable to puny peasants. Being famous does have its advantages. Thank you, Master. Love you, Master. Now visit a non-combat location. Here you won't face battle, but decision will affect your resources. Hover your cursor over the location to view details. Spend gold to permanently increase your living ink. Spend gold to permanently increase your starting health. I'm gonna go with living ink. I have not taken much damage, so I think that would be a wise decision. Yes. Oh, I'm turning a profit. You've reached the end of the tiny map. At the end of each map, an Inkulinati master awaits. Defeating them in battle will allow you to continue your journey. But first, you'll defeat me in order to pass the final exam of the academy. What should I focus on? Most importantly, you need a large diversity of beasts. Thanks for the talk. Now let's fight. Store. Okay. Minus prestige or plus prestige? I'll grab the prestige. Master, I am here to take the exam. This exam? Oh, splendid. There are going to be lots of farts and explosions, just like Masters like best. What? Oh, he's got a lot of weirdos. What the heck? He looks like Yoda. I just had the realization that he looks like Yoda. Ah, yes. Oh, what in the Sam hell? Inkulinati scribers often get bored and drawing the same beast over and over. Depending on your difficulty, each beast you draw during your journey, its boredom level will increase. The amount of living ink needed to draw a beast is increased by the amount of boredom. If you don't draw a certain beast during the battle, your boredom level will go down by 1. Make sure you use different types of beasts in your battle and you'll be fine. Alright, I'm just gonna go straight up for him. This is fine. Hey, did he just knock... Alright, just to make clear, did he just throw my dude into the void? Did he just throw my dude into the void? He did, actually. What the heck? I like this lad. Let's see. I'll put Sword Dog in between me and the enemy. Hopefully I'll be able to deal with them, but I'm kind of curious if I'm going to be able to handle this opponent properly. What? I'm able to bump one of these fools. He's already moved, cannot select another beast. You. How do I zoom out again? I did not recall how to zoom out. Ah, there we go. Trying to learn a game like this for a controller and just trying to remember controls can sometimes be very difficult. I should know that I can force my beast to explode. I do still love the smell of explosion in the morning. I can even get an extra drop of ink in it. Not only can they explode on command, they also explode when someone kills them. Did I mention they explode though? I see. Let's see. Want to move down one and shoot up at this one. Oh, no, I whiffed that one. Eh. This is fine. This is fine. Maybe. Please don't. I was supposed to say, please don't. Nama, how's it going today? We're playing, I'm still trying to figure out what this game exactly is, but I'm getting there in terms of figuring it out. Move back one. You're okay, buddy. Okay. And do this. But today's looking good though. At least I hope I hope the weekend was good for everybody. Ow. Did he just stab me with his hat? You can encounter different apocalypse types in the Inkulinati world. What are they? Find out more in the instruction tab? I don't think I understand. Oh. I'm good. How about you? I'm doing good. I am a little bit sleepy, but that is mostly, if not entirely, due to the fact that I've had a bunch of early mornings this weekend. Both Saturday and Sunday, and today I woke up very early. And I also just, you know, just generally was like, oh yeah, I spent today playtesting, so it was a lot of me having to critically think about the game and what's going to entail. Let's see. Draw the Fox Archer again. I'm probably gonna have to do this with Fox Archers almost entirely, given how much I have. I think we're good. But also, we're playing this game in Inkulinati. I saw it in the Xbox store when it first like got added on, and I actually was really looking forward to it because it looks like the kind of game I would really like, which is strategies and very silly looking aesthetics. And that's about what we've gotten already, so that's good. Use hints. I understand. Thank you, game. I think I understand. Oh, I have to nap. Whoops. Good. Ow. And this game has this odd mix of silliness and strategy, which seems to be working okay. I think I am just also not the world's greatest strategist with this yet, because I'm still learning the game. Oh, we're getting there. We're still learning, but we're getting there. Doggo, protect. Protect. Move this out of the way. It is gone now. Okay, well, everything's on fire, but that seems to be okay. At least I think so. Unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, everything's on fire. That's not good. Okay, so those apocalypse things. Okay, let me read the actual prompt it said about the apocalypse. Or apocalypses, rather. I think I want to make sure I understand. The apocalypse. What's going on with this? This is the beginning of the end of the battle. At first, you'll see the field is going to be affected by the apocalypse in the next chapter. Everything, including your tiny Inkulinati that remains in the field, will be destroyed. Oh, I see. That's great. Your tiny Inkulinati ends up on a field of apocalypse fire. Push them off of it to save them. Similarly, you can push the enemy tiny Inkulinati into the fire to watch them perish. Kill the tiny with attacks. Push them out of the battlefield. Let the apocalypse get them. You will be victorious. I think I understand. And by I think, I mean I am struggling to know what I'm doing. But I will try. If nothing else, I will make effort. What will you do, Master? Will you die? Will you perish? I wish to know. I wish to understand. Just gonna send Pepin up there. I just realized they name all of them. So now I can form emotional connections and be upset when they die. Like, ah, yes. Now we can have emotional connections and have problems. Move over one. This is fine. I'm sure this won't go wrong in any way. I'm sure I made a tactical... I'm sure I did not just make a tactical oopsie. Oh no, the master is dead. Is that a victory? Oh, it is a victory. Excellent, congratulations. You somehow figured out how to draw. Okay, wait. Can I read the sides here? Lend me your ears and hear of this butchery. Dennis instantly sprinted forward, which seemed downright impossible. Loki sauntered on unhurriedly. Then Loki socked the enemy, and he was nearly ready to meet the Maker. Ricky rolled on toward the truth. Ricky feebly cuffed some chap, and he feared the cold revenge. Blancandrin expeditiously sent his thoughts where duty called, and everyone knew he did the right thing. Curious Blancandrin walloped his cousin, and he felt as empty as a bakery in the evening. What is the text on the sides here? What the heck? I need to read these. Let's see. I want to read this one. Regrettably, Farchuk wimpily jabbed his cousin, and he feared the cold revenge. I see. So they take like some text prompts, and they throw the names through them. I see. I like this. This is good. I have still less of an idea as to what's going on, but I think I understand. Maybe. Collect rewards. Draws a barrel. Draws single target. Draws an obstacle that covers your beast and tiny Inkulinati from spear and bow attacks. Heal. Oh, healing would be nice, actually. Talents. Friendly beasts regain 2 at the beginning of each chapter. That'd be nice. Now we can party! I have to say, bloating and explosions are so satisfying. This is why I never miss a party. I see. Oh, I see. Now I have to actually make my own journey. I see. Oh. So yeah, it is actually... this actually is, in some weird way, a strange roguelike kind of thing. Because I know that if I die, I lose some stuff. Look, there's Death, the oldest Inkulinati and the Master's best companion. You watch as Death bends down for an abandoned snack, their scythe dangling close to the Master's neck. Then Death reaches for the snack, and the scythe delivers its fatal blow. Master drops down to the floor, breathless, lifeless. Oops, says Death. Maybe I didn't need that cheese after all. Death then notices you and beckons to the front door. Come with me, I know how to fix this. I'd love to, and will. What will you do, Death? What? I'll cut to the chase. Your master is dead. Trust me, I'm kind of an expert on these things. We can bring him back to life, but in order to do so, you'll have to defeat me in a duel. If you do, I'll grant your wish and bring you back to life. I defeat you? Must set out on a master journey. Beat at least 3 Inkulinati masters. What? Only then will you be skilled enough to face me. I will be waiting for you on my farm. In the meantime, I bid you farewell. Don't worry, there will be a resurrection. Bye. But, okay. Solid perhaps, I'll figure things out. So my master is dead because Death was like, oh, cheese. I understand. I recognize that this is your first battle without a tiny. Battles like these, it still matters which beasts you choose. They're the ones that'll fight for you. In these types of battles, remember to choose your strongest beast. Remember, if the enemy defeats you, you'll lose your quills. Good news, though, boredom doesn't count here. In fact, all your beasts will have their boredom level decreased after the battle. Great news. Remember, if you collect 12, you'll gain some health and some effects. Get rid of all of your opponent's beasts. I understand my objective. I will now shoot this man in the face. I missed. I hit the chest instead. Okay. This game is very bizarre to look at, but it is very funny. Ow. Sure. Whee! I don't think that was what I wanted to do, but it is done now. Ow. Can't actually do anything, so I'm just gonna pray. Beast action prayer. Praying makes the beast execute more powerful attack on its next move. Praying beasts are unpushable, meaning they can't be thrown into the abyss. No, I got second. Excellent. Dagobert. What is Dagobert's capability? Attack people next to him. He can push. Pray. Are we just gonna all just have a little prayer party? That our objective now? Yeah, we're gonna do that. This is fine. None of us can do anything right now, so I missed. I feel like my ability to understand the battlefield is still very much not there yet. I'm getting there, but it is definitely not something I have down yet. Absolutely not. Daily supper. Okay, yes, because I have the ability. That's right. I remember now. Yes, got the extra damage. Yes. I probably should have shot the No, my boy. Move here. Kind of in a spot of we don't know what to do because there's too many of us in a row. Do not shoot my other archer, please. Nope, you shot my dog. Let's see. What can we do? Oh, cool. He would die immediately upon hitting such. Unfortunately, I have to nap, but oh, wait. Eh. It's tough for me to remember how to actually move properly. That snail. Okay, I at least have 12, so this is good. This is fine. We all have it. I see. Honestly, on a game design standpoint, I feel like the only thing that's confusing is that this game, it feels like this game was definitely built with the, the mouse and keyboard in mind, if I'm being honest. It definitely feels more like that rather than a game that was built with, than a game that was built with the consoles in mind, which that's just generally how a good number of games work, though. Can I shove him? That'd be a lot of damage. Oh, wait, no, but he would be way behind. That'd be fine. Ow. Ow. This is fine. But now he can attack the snail. But now we have the means. He died. I see. We shall pray. We will pray for him. I shall now pray for him. I would pray for you. Yes. I'm going to hit him very hard. That actually worked out. That's actually pretty neat. Oh no, Dagobert. You're okay. You're fine. You're fine. Oh, he's dead. I am wondering, though, if the AI in this game how it strategizes, because that was 2 moves in a row that were kind of like really suspect, if I'm being honest. Let's see. How do I cannot select? No, I want to get rid of this because I'd rather if I could. Yes. What I want to do is get rid of this so I can actually move forward a little bit with my melee units. The animations are really solid though. They're actually really good. And I try not to. I think some games, not to belittle them, because I do think that it can be very easily misconstrued to say, like, if a game is really pretty, that it's like, okay, that's its selling point. And I don't want to say that this game, because this game's focus is clearly on having a fun aesthetic. I think it's clearly like that's its focus, right? Like, it was like, oh yeah, we're gonna have this goofy looking we're gonna have this goofy drawing game. We're gonna have this game with like goofy drawings. And that doesn't detract though from the gameplay. Because what it should be is that when a game like this is made, gameplay should be enhanced by the aesthetic, not like gameplay is the mechanism for it. Oh, hey, the apocalypse is on. This is good. Okay, so it's gonna push us closer to the middle. I see. Oh, I could imagine this game being actually a lot of fun in a multiplayer setting where you're playing with your friends. I could definitely see that where it's like a chess game kind of thing. Because this definitely feels like something that you could turn into. You could play it as if it's a chess game. Ow. Oh my goodness, please no. Okay, question. If I go for this, not gonna hit both of them, is it? No. That's for my compatriots. Excellent. That cat is worrying me. Oh boy. Yeah, got an itch. I need to drink a lot of water. Today I've been very frankly lazy, to be honest. I spent a good chunk of today playing like I was playtesting my game, and I don't think that's lazy, but it was a lot of me playing a video game, so it was me just kind of not doing a whole lot else. Did you attack an anointed beast, a bishop, I presume? Have a dark halo above your head? Your beast will now take double damage from the anointed unless it prays or obtains a light halo. Please avoid priests, bishops, all clergy in general. I mean, to be fair, he punched me, so how the heck does that work? Are you telling me a priest can attack me as long as oh, I got a halo, so I'm good. Never mind. Sin absolved, we're good. Random glade objects, ink drizzle. I see. I don't understand. Oh, he one-shot me. That's less than ideal, we'll say. What if I push you into the fire? Actually, no. Do this instead. This is fine. It's fine. It's fine. He was a man of someone else's god. It's okay. Losing to you is like winning, my friend. Bork. I appreciate the borkage. Let's see. We have acquired a boredom status. 2, 2, 6, 7. All excellent. But I tried my best to relax this weekend while also trying to get some things done. Pray to reduce boredom or regain some health. I think I'm gonna do that because that actually made people think highly of me. No, we shall deliver me from boredom, please. Deliver me from boredom. Change army. Do we have any other? No, not yet. This is fine. I'm probably gonna be drawing a lot of foxes because I want a fox army, but this is also absolutely wonderful. 2. Then can I make... I can shoot that one. This is fine. Dobby! Tiger... Oh, they've named all of them. Wacko and Roman. Conan, Melahan, Ed the Young. Oh, can I name my own units? Like, can I name them myself? If I can, I need to figure out how, because that sounds really funny. Yes. One shot. And that guy got shoved into the broom closet. Oh no, Dobby! It doesn't get old. But yeah, I spent a lot of today playtesting, and then I ran into a game-breaking bug, so I had to delete my save file. But that's fine. You know, it's like it happens. And it's like, it's a little upsetting, obviously, just because it's like, oh, well, crap. What do that's... And it's like, granted, in terms of actual playtime, it was, I think, 4 hours-ish of playtime. And that's not too bad in terms of the grand scheme of things. I don't think that was too bad. I will say, of all the things that I am proud of, the fact that up through the part of the game that I did finish, it did not feel like I needed to grind much at all in order to keep up with the game, which I think it means that the pace is on point. I walked in the wrong direction. I will get rid of this, or at least attack it. I should have moved forward, but that's okay. It's fine. It is okay. But I feel like that's a good sign when you're playing a game and you don't feel like you necessarily have to grind all that much to keep up with the game's demands. Because that feels... I personally think that's the kind of thing that's really satisfying, is when... Uh-oh. Crap. Go here. I see. The snail approaches. Oh no, that's gonna hit my teammate as well. Pushies. You can go over there. Archieman. I will not suffer thine existence. There we go. But I feel like that's something that in a lot of in the games I'm in RPGs, especially turn-based ones where experience is really important, I feel like the fact that if the game feels good, it's when you don't necessarily have to grind to deal with the threat. I will shoot the bishop. It is fine. I'll spend next turn praying. It's okay. It is fine. It is all well and good. But because there's some games where it feels awkward because you're kind of stuck having to grind for your in order to progress in the story, which I know for some people can be very mind-numbing. I know for some it can be very frustrating. That said, I think my game has this weird unique place. I think Red Genie has this weird unique place of it's very, for lack of a better term, it's very equipment focused, where I think it's like far more of your stat bonuses and your stat growth comes from finding better equipment, which I think is a curious place for the game to be, because I do wonder if people will like that. Of like having to consistently swap and adjust equipment rather than having to focus in on having to just level up. It's more like, okay, as long as you're consistently getting new equipment and trying out new things, you're fine. I will say though, I think personally I found a build that I don't know if I need to nerf. I don't think I want to nerf it. I think I'd rather buff other things to make it stronger in comparison. But I did have the realization that the build I was using for the game is extremely strong, especially for what it's doing. Let's see, I'm gonna push him over there. There we go, buddy. And it's because the build I'm using, it combines high dexterity with high magic attack, and man, it is really just gaming the system of if you know how the status ailments work, you can just kind of mess with the game. Which I think is kind of what I wanted, where it's like if you're able to set up your opponents and, you know, use strategy to turn numbers against them, it's fine. Works just fine. Yeah, I almost forgot. From time to time, you might come across these elite wild beast encounters. Be careful with these. The reward is greater, but so is the challenge. Back to work. I see. So this is the one. When did I okay, here we go. Removes are whoever tries your cookies will get better deals. You're kind of shady. I won't buy a thing. I want to see what he has. What the heck can I buy from you? Sword. Oh, I can buy new beasts if I wish, and I can also buy new. I can buy items. I see. Draw a chest. Draw an obstacle that covers your beast from foes. A barrel. 75 to reduce boredom by 2. How about... Here comes the butt. Here comes the butt. I'm buying that. That's fun. Here comes the butt. We'll buy. Alright, excellent. Then I shall really increase health. I'd love to. The only thing I should drink for free is greater than 99. Of course, down in the luck celebrities are always welcome here. Here's half a glass. Gives you some strength, but you wish you had more. I'm here to bring the master by the... Oh, I heard about this. I shall do my best in this mighty battle against you. I see. I understand the terminology. We shall fight. I shall fight. Oh, boy. Change army. Let's see. I do want to switch out my army some, so we have... Swap out... Swap out the Mace Boys. Let's grab... We have Rabbit Boys. We have... ODaM is 4, so we'll bring Sword Duggo. I do not know what the enemy has. Let's see. What. Okay, they only have 1 archer, and I only have 1 archer, so that should be okay. Apocalypse is on chapter 4. If you look in your textbook in chapter 4, the apocalypse is there. It is fire this time. Every 1 to 3 chapters, there is tree. And every 1 to 2, there is ink, because someone can't use their ink well very well. Their quill is inadequate. In an unfamiliar meadow where 2 towers once stood. Large obstacles get in the range of ranged weapons. Large objects can also block units from seeing a butt. They do not block screams. I see. I think I understand your terminology. As they say, I am picking up what you're putting down. I'm gonna sit here. Going to pray. You dare shoot a praying man? Dog? Man dog? Man dog. Let's see. Let's do... Rabbit. Slavomir. And... Archer dog. Gallus. The doggo. Oh, that'd be cute. The dog named Gallus would actually be kind of cute. I will heal my boy. Be alive. My hands are anointed with the ink of the master. Yes. I understand the means. We shall send our bravest rabbit. I feel like if I could actually narrate this, I would feel a lot better. Just... Oh, he has a mitted hand because he's drawing with mitts, I see. This game. I actually quite like this. This is fun. I'm getting a hang of it now. Explosive obstacles. These obstacles explode when destroyed, inflicting damage to all beasts. I see. Let's see. Run it through. Runneth it back, young ward. Yeet! Ow. Well, that worked out. Oh no! Celestine! Please no! Oh! Alright, go forth, Slavomir. What does the butt do? It causes an enemy to take a nap, get a headache, and decrease their accuracy. The action won't work if the target isn't facing your beast. I see. Behold the mighty buttocks! The mighty buttocks. Why? I don't know why. It's just really funny to just be like, ah, yes, behold the buttocks. Yes. I see. I don't know. Just I remember this game is built on the predication that they had memes even back this far. You know, in terms of like, ah, yes, we have memes. Can I will attack you. I need more ink. I probably should have grabbed more. Be back. Okay. I'm a little worried that I messed up, but I'm sure it'll be fine. I will also send my boy back because he needs to brush up on his medieval studies. He needs to be learned. Wolfgang? Hang on, that says Wolfgang. Are you serious? They named the dog Wolfgang. I like this a lot. Okay, I am 80% certain this is going to go poorly. Because I'm looking at the damage, I'm looking at the ink, and I'm looking at what I have left, and I am fairly certain I am going to lose. Ow. Let's see. I think I'll put down... How much? Who has the most health? Doggo? Yes, I see. Dog Soldier has the most. Then... I'll heal myself a little bit, just in case. And I shall move myself back over one in case there is fire. I do not wish to be lit on fire. Okay. I should have grabbed more ink. I am a fool. Oh no. He has control over the ink, and I feel like I have made a mistake. I have definitely made a mistake. Apocalyptic fire. Okay, we have started the apocalypse. I see. That's not good. It's kind of like a weird version of chess. Now looking at the board this way. Because when you look at the board, it's basically you have a king, which is your Inkulinati, your artist, and then you have... Uh-oh. And then you have your various units that can do various movements and attack patterns, which is much like how you have the special pieces and also your... Oh no, yeah, he is absolutely in control of the fight. This isn't good. This is not bueno. Ooh. Ah! Chapter 5. Oh lordy. Oh, his name is Taliesin. Let's see. Oh no, I have to take a nap regardless of where I land there? Oh no. Okay, I'm just going to... Oh, nope, yep, I have to just take a nap regardless. I'm about to die, aren't I? Yep, I did. Ah! No! I lost. Could someone impartial please verify this? That is fair. Alright, so what does that entail when you lose? A quill saved you. Oh, I see. I did have an extra quill, so that's fine. I will rematch. Okay, so what did I learn? Never leave home without foxes. Also, the spear lads were not very helpful. Well, the dog spears were good, but the rabbit spear I never used, so with this, I think this will work. I definitely need to be in more control of the... Greetings from the land of the rising sun. Although, I haven't actually seen a sunrise since it's always snowing. I see. Good to see you, Drifter. Good to hear from you. Yeah, it's difficult when it's just always snowing, right? Where it's like, oh yeah, just going to... I think it's morning, maybe? The sun exists, perhaps. That's a solid maybe, whether or not the sun exists. But, good to hear from you. Hopefully the sun does at least actually rise once while you are there. Did I just try... Oh, I joined Doggo. The Bolt. I love him. The O-Turd. We're playing a very silly game today because I thought it would be more fun to play something, mostly for me. I thought this one looked like fun, so I wanted to try it. Okay, I'm gonna need to move him later, but we need the ink, so I will do so. And shall continue. So far, though, this game has been very interesting because I think it's testing a part of my brain that hasn't been tested in some time in terms of strategy. So I appreciate I am welcoming the challenge. Even if the challenge is currently whooping my backside. But that's okay. That is perfectly fine. Graciously, I don't need to win everything. We only lost once. I think the fact that you get 3 lives and losing one of them is perfectly fine. Hello. Well, who are you gonna shoot? You're shooting me. Ow. Oh, why would you shoot me? I'm gonna shoot him then. Bonk. Perish, my good man. Yeah, I have to move. This game is not like other turn-based games though, where you can move after. You can move and you can do shoot and then move. It's you have to move first if you want to do anything else. I think what I am gonna do though is move back here and look at what I can. Okay, no, it's fine. We shall pray. Pray, doggo. You must pray for victory. And sundry many reasons. Let's see. Let's get a sword. Do we have enough for a sword doggo? We don't have sword doggo. We don't have spear doggo. That's upsetting. We do have the doggo. Send the spear forward. Oh. Alright. Should be good. I'm slowly getting a hang on the controls. I think most of it was just a little bit of an awkwardness because it's a control scheme I haven't tried yet. And that's always, you know, it's almost like learning how this bike runs rather than learning how to ride a bike again. Oh, that was a really awkward attack, but that's okay. That is fine. We will take it. The donkey's a surprisingly difficult enemy to deal with, I'll say. It's weirdly difficult to deal with him, and I think part of that's just because of the nature of him debuffing people. We are in the hour, though. Did everyone have a good weekend? I hope everyone did. I spent a good chunk of it playtesting, so I was actually was playing my own game. I also played D&D for the first time in a while. That was really fun. I enjoyed getting to do so. It's also been a long time since I was a player in a game, so it's very different being a player versus the DM. So move away. But I'm not in the way of flame. There we go. And we're good. But this weekend was good. Productive, and if a little bit early in the morning for me, personally. Every day. Ugh. I had to wake up early a number of times. Not by choice, but because dogs. I usually don't have to worry about them waking me up before my alarm, but this weekend I had to handle that, so. Let's see. I want to get rid of him because he's debuffing everybody. Bonk. There we go. Ow. I think what I'll do is soften him up so that I think whoever goes next can take him out. I don't know. I don't know how to say his name. Adiotatus? Still, what the heck? As long as one of them goes down, this is fine. There we go. At the very least, we are dealing with the opponent, even if he is consistently making new units. Ah! Also, kind of funny that the first boss of this game shares the same name as the final boss of Elden Ring. Well, sort of. I call him the final boss because I like him more. I like Godfrey a bit more than the Elden Beast, I will say. This game is fun, though. I think it's also surprisingly relaxing. Being just, personally. I'm gonna put an archer up. I don't really want to, because we're kind of in a weird spot right now, but I also don't know if I'm going to be able to get close enough to handle the problem. Okay. Move myself. Forward one. Go. Then I shall No, we're just gonna have to deal. This is fine. We'll just have to deal. But yeah, that was how my weekend was. So I hope everyone else is doing well. I do know that some weekends happen to be slower and faster than others, so. Ah! He's messing with me. It upsets me greatly. Okay, I need to keep moving so that I can get my dude out of the way, but also kind of worried that I'm going to run out of space. If I do that, that'll let me hit multiple things. This is fine. I might need to just take one for the team and just bonk Godfrey. Yep, Godfrey moved. That's not that's a little upsetting. Ow. This is fine, I guess. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, we are in a bit of what we'd call a pickle. There we go. I do like the having to do the timing thing to try and hit the opponent. I do like that, even if it is nerve-wracking. Okay. Let me see if I can. This is fine. Alright, I was able to land the damage I wanted, which feels good. God, this is looking worrying. The more flame that approaches, the more I get worried about getting absolutely clobbered. Cannot hit anybody, but I can boost Leotard. Be good, well, doggo. Be good and well, small one. We must win this fight. This is it's slowly getting worse. The longer this goes, the worse it gets, and it's getting more concerning. Oh no. He keeps moving himself. It upsets me. Ow. Music's a little bit awkward at times, but I think it's just because it keeps stopping. Okay. Bonk. This is fine. Oh. Oh no, my boy. Oh no. My boy. He is sick. The only trouble is that we're going to need to get through all of them to get out of here, which is concerning. I am looking at this battle and I am quickly realizing that we are in danger. Oh no, he can only pray. Oh, please no. Yeah, just pray, buddy. I'm sorry, my man. Oh no. Oh, he is just gonna shove all of my people into the ether. I see. Actually, wait, can I do the same thing to him? I cannot. This is fine. We'll make it work. Oh no. Oh no. Can I do this first, actually? I would like to do this first, if I may. I'm fairly certain I'm going to die if I don't. Okay. Put him down. Yes, go. Okay. And bonk him. Get rid of him. Okay. Oh no. I have to watch two of my dudes just get clobbered. Oh no. Please don't push him. Okay, well that's not horrible, but man, I was looking at that like, please no. I don't want to watch another one of my dudes get pushed into the oblivion. Yeah, the apocalypse is claiming everything now, so this is not good. How do we have multiple chapters now of the saga of everything going horribly wrong. You? Oh, can I push him too? This is fine. That's just fine. I'll take it. The silliness of this game is making me happy, but also my goodness. Ow. Are you serious? Yeah, Godfrey is being a real jerk, I will say. Can I push him forward? Move forward. My liege, you must live. Live so that we may not die. This is upsetting. This is upsetting. This battle is getting slowly more upsetting because we are nearing the end. Oh no. How far can I push him? Not far enough, it seems. My goodness. You've got to be joking with me. Get out of here. My goodness. I cannot push him far enough to keep him out of here. Okay, let's see. I will make another one of these guys because I have the ink for it. This is worrying now because now we are actually at the end of the line. See, what I don't quite understand is... Okay, there we go. I can push him that way and get him out of the way. Get out of here. Thank you. Then I shall draw... Grab it. Escape now, Godfrey. Fool. Absolute goddamn buffoon. Your buffoonery is no more. Maybe. I hope so. Man, this is awkward. Oh, no! It's okay, Frederick has it. He draws donkeys, I see. That is his proclivity, is donkeys. Oh my god. Okay, now you just have to be joking with me. Now you just have to be joking with me. He has killed everything. Because now everything is gone. Please tell me we didn't just go through this whole fight just for us to go in flames. Oh, never mind. Nope, yep, this is instant death, I see. Can I, They don't allow you to, Yep, this is just death, so, this is a bit awkward. I'm just gonna eat myself into the precipice. Oh, no. Like a baby. Okay, what have I done? I'm trying to figure out how to beat him. Because this enemy is not, this is not working out as intended. Rematch. I'm trying to figure out what exactly I need to do, what exactly I need to bring in order to handle this enemy. Let's see. I'm gonna swap out... I think this works. This team works. It's just I'm clearly not fully able... I'm clearly not taking him on strategically in a way that's working. I think I understand what I need to change about my tactics, but I also severely don't. I do know that I need to hold the ground. I need to hold this ground. I need to hold this ground. I need to hold the inked ground so I may have better stuff. Ow. Okay, let's get some archers. And, oh, that's a spearman. Let's start with this. I think I understand what needs to be done, but I am uncertain. Okay, move you back so we can get some extra ink. Then slide you ahead. Get further up. And heal. I cannot heal. Okay. This is fine. Oof. Need to stretch more. Oh, so that's what he was doing, was he was painting them up there so that he could get that extra ink early. I see. I understand now what his objectives were. Is to claim that early ink so he has extras later. I understand. To an extent, I understand. And habonk. Why is he going back there? Just to hit me? Really? I am surprised by this. Okay, I'm gonna have him go up and then shoot. Yes. I missed. That's unfortunate. But that's okay. Take it. It's okay. This is fine. This is fine. I will say I've been having a... Oh, Beowulf. I've been having a bit of a... I will call it an philosophical debate in my head of, I think it comes up now and then, especially when it comes to the current status of debating games, and specifically talking about video games, is that I do think there have been times where, and it might be topical for me to talk about it now, but there are times when it is difficult to talk about a work without the artist coming into context. I would say a good example of one in antiquity would be something like Lovecraft, where H.P. Lovecraft was definitely not an artist that aged well. So, but if you like his works, it's like, okay, well, and similarly, I would say also, like, there are other artists like that where you have works made by problematic people, and it's like, well, are the works rendered impossible to partake in because of their circumstances? Let's see. Pay attention because I hit this target. There we go. I don't know, and it's come up a lot in the last few weeks, but I also think that it's one of those things that when you hear stuff like that, when you hear about stuff like that, for me, the trouble is that nowadays, especially, it is often that a discussion will happen and a problem will be discussed and it'll be gone in 2 weeks. You know, like by the time, like earnestly by the time that the topic has been discussed, it is already over. Which can be very disheartening for somebody who wants to actually engage with the topic, but almost mildly amusing for somebody who's outside of it. Because if you're outside of the, like, any sorts of the controversy or the discussion, it's almost amusing to watch as the world just kind of loses its collective mind. Because you kind of just sit there as an outside perspective thinking, well, why is everybody freaking out? And it just kind of becomes this strange circumstance to view from the outside. It's just fascinating. I don't know. I always think it's fascinating when you see discussion about something, but it's never about the thing. It's about the circumstances around the thing. I always find those interesting because it's clearly not the thing that's the problem. It's the stuff around the thing. Which is curious because you'd think that the thing should be the discussion point. You know, like the work of art, the game, the movie, the book. But it almost never is. It's about the person. It's like it needs to become personal so that they can, you know, attack. They need to stab it. They need to be like, ah, yes, the person is that which is the problem. I find to be very flimsy. If only because it doesn't quite work that way when you're discussing, you know, literature or any sort of, you know, work of art. It doesn't quite work that way to discuss it in that manner. Which I am controlling this dog. So it can be very strange to discuss things. Especially when the discussion isn't about the merits. It's about, oh, this thing exists. We need to discuss that. And it's like, oh, do we? Surprisingly, I did not think that was the same for... Which can be very difficult to talk about. It makes it very difficult to talk about anything. Because then it's like, oh, it's not about the thing. It's about how you feel about the thing. Which is a very different topic than if you're talking about, like, if the existence of a game is what the problem is it the game that's the problem, or is it who made it that's the problem? Because that's a different conversation altogether, right? Let's see. I push pushies. There we go. Ow. And I move. No, not him. Oh no. This is fine. I'll just take it. This is okay. But it makes discourse very troublesome because it means that it's very difficult to talk to anybody plain and honestly about any sort of topic. Then you end up with discussions that go tangential, right? Where it's like, oh, but it makes me feel this way. And it's like, oh, okay, well, it's not about the thing. It's about how you feel about the thing. You know, there's a difference there, even how minute as it may be. As much as I don't like talking about discourse, you know, talking about things, I do think it's a topic worthy of discussion, if only because I think it's important to note like how to talk about games as well as how to play them and how to make them. Because I think that being able to critically say, here's what I think about something, without it becoming, but this is how it makes me, this is what I think of it in this way. You know, it's like, oh, this is how I feel about it. It's like, oh, well, does that help you in determining what you think of it? Ow. I think I have control of the battlefield, but I'm very uncertain if that's true. I'm very uncertain if I actually have control of the battlefield, or if that's just me being in denial of, like, thinking that I am winning. I'm very uncertain if I'm actually in the charge here or not, but we'll find out soon. Okay, X. I need to move me out of the way of those flames. Get out of the way. My goodness. Okay, let's see. I will draw another archer because I think that might be helpful. If nothing else, if he moves in, I have a shot. Let's see. Heal. John Dorothy. Wake up, my boy. You're fine. But it's difficult. I found that is something that's been coming up more and more often in the last few months. Well, specifically the last few weeks, really, but it's very difficult to, and it just made me worry about the nature of discussing a game. And it's true for all forms of art, right? Any visual art, any audio, anything like that, it can become difficult to discuss things if we aren't discussing the thing on its merits. Also, why is Godfrey able to just slap the goofy out of me? Hi. Why is he just slapping me? Let's see. I need to get out of the way. I think I need to get rid of his archers so that I do not get clapped on the way. Because I can probably push him, like Godfrey the man, is Inkulinati. I could probably push him out of the arena if given the right shot. I just need to corner him. Yes. So I can push him. And continuously push him. Ow. Okay, let's see. I need to move as far as I can. Then do... Oh, I can do a volley shot and hit all three of his guys. That's pretty good. That's really solid, actually. But yes, it's not my favorite topic when it comes to you know, games in general. I don't like talking about that stuff because it's not fun. It's certainly not the stuff that I came into video games for. But I had to discuss it a fair bit when it came to defending my own ideas in college. Because if I had an idea as to how things would work, I always had to defend myself. I just lost this match. That's not good. Oh, I wish I could walk that back. Oh, that's uncomfortable. Oh no. Oh no. I just made a huge mistake. I misclicked. That's not good. Well, that's uncomfortable. I'm pretty sure that I don't know how far back that's gonna put me, but oh well. That was me being too hasty. I should have been more careful about pressing my buttons. Oh well. Ow. Oh well, that was entirely my bad. That was my bad. That would be me. Let's see. So okay, so I have no more quills. Does that mean I just lose? No, that means I get one more try. I see. Okay. I'm still trying to figure out. Okay, why does it change my army? What is up with that? I don't like the mace guys because they don't. Trouble is that they're not worth that cost. But I'll try them again. I'll see what I can do. Let's try it. Why not? Hopefully this time I don't whiff like an absolute baboon. Oh no, it's changed the battlefield too. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Oh no. What is all this? What is this? Green. Choose a field that green indicates walking range. Yes, but what is this? What is that green? Can I see what the green does? Help. What? Other basic battlefield elements. No. Other battlefield elements. The Snorri rock occupies the field and can't be pushed or destroyed. Fire sparks deals damage. Lazy Hell's Maw. Oh, thank you, Crooked. Thank you for lurking. That's very kind of you. Oh, let's see. I'm trying to figure out what this green cloud is. Gate, tomb, altar. Probably have to check all this stuff again. Limit backstabbing. So you get extra damage if you backstab. Still trying to figure that stuff out. Raining, living ink. Types of beasts. Additional states. Apocalypse, prayer, boredom. Yeah, still a little bit lost, but we'll figure it out. Infection, I see. It is plague. I just realized I don't think I have a means to get around any of that. At least I don't think so. You know what? I'm gonna put Spear Boy back here. So that I don't have to move myself out of the way. I can just move forward instead. And I can get rid of you. There we go. Heal him. Oh. I think I'm slowly getting better. I think, but I am uncertain. We will find out. It's funny how often I play strategy games and I still somehow find ways to mess up. It's fun that it's funny that my brain still doesn't wrap around when it comes to learning new mechanics. I think that is where I start to struggle. I think that's just where when it comes to understanding specific game mechanics, my brain just goes, okay, yep, I have sealed away only some of this. Which can be very difficult for someone who's trying to regularly play a game. But I think it also works to my benefit because I'll also use strategies that people don't think of. And I think that is probably the single greatest thing I can do, is taking to strategies that won't always make sense. I think it's the, as I like to refer to it, it's the Captain Kirk method of using strategy. You have to pull strategies from somewhere that's not your own head. And that usually works pretty well. Let's see. I think we're good. Uh-oh. Ow. Ow. Yeah, he is not happy with me getting a guy way back there. I do not think he likes that. Are you? I like that Godfrey is so petty that he's just like, nope, nope, I have to beat you now. Like, listen, man, I do not care. Okay, I need to heal as well as do some other stuff because, man, this is gonna suck if I don't. Okay, you. How far can I push you? Good enough. Get pushed. I'm going to stand here. I'm going to have to use all my healing on myself to keep myself in the game. This is not going to work very well for me, but hopefully I will be able to... Oh no, he's going to hit me from behind. Ow. This enemy... I'm surprised that Godfrey is proven to be actually a difficult boss, because this is the first major boss of the game, besides the teacher, the master. It is interesting that they're just like, yeah, we're just gonna have this guy absolutely clean your clock, and you're just gonna have to suffer. And it's like, oh, okay. Holy crap! I didn't expect to be pushed like this. Let's see. Oh, I could send him forward, which would be good. Go, Wolfgang. Okay. When was the apocalypse happening again? I didn't even see when the Okay, now my question is, why is he able to push people so far? I have not quite figured out how he pushes people that far. Because it doesn't seem like it's built on a strength-based thing. It just kind of seems like, oh yeah, the enemy now can push you. I'm like, oh, okay. This is unfortunate. Okay, well, apocalyptic fire is happening, so as long as I can get somebody back to where Godfrey is, I can push him back again, and he will not be able to survive that. Okay. Well, I can't do that yet. That's fine. This is fine. I think this will work a little bit better. It kind of did. That wasn't too bad. Now, the question, can I get back there? I can get back there with him, and that won't work, but I'm going to show him the buttocks so he may get a headache. I understand my method. Oh, and now he's blocked. He's blocking me, so I can't actually push. This is upsetting. This is really upsetting. Crap. What am I going to do? I'm actually very uncertain what there is to be done. Oh, and you can't take movement back. Okay, that's a little bit concerning, actually, because that means I can't. If you whiff at all, you just die. Just have to accept fate, I guess. Okay, well, I'm just gonna pray then, because I'm just gonna pray that I don't have to kiss my furry butt goodbye. Because, yep, sirloin. Why am I able to see? I don't get this. Why am I able to shove myself all the way into the forever box? I am literally able to throw myself all the way over here. How does that work? Why is it allowed to work? That's instant death. This is sending him 360 across the map. Nope, there is nothing to be done, I suppose. I am dead now. Man, I don't know what I was supposed to do about it. It's like the one I know I misclicked, and that was my bad. But I died, so I'm very confusion. I think I need to take another crack. Seems you're not the chosen one. What a shame. I mean, I could just try again. I see. So, yep. So new journey. Oh, what? Okay, why am I not allowed to back out? Yeah, back out. Academy, what is this? Ah. Yep. I should have done this first. I see. Yep, there was a tutorial. They had a tutorial. I am a fool. Inkulinati masters battle along the margins of medieval manuscripts. Yep. Living ink to draw your beasts. I did not play this tutorial. I just said, oh, journey, that sounds fun. And then I messed up. Draw beasts. Okay. Let's do a few of these, because I think playing in the actual combat was better. Biggest bird. Newly drawn beasts are drowsy, so they have to take a nap. I mean, they won't be able to act in this chapter. When all beasts and tiny Inkulinati take a nap, a new chapter will begin. I'm going to draw another beast and then take a nap. Little John. I appreciate the reference. Okay. I think I better understand. I think I just needed to play in a very simple map so I could better understand the actual mechanics of movement. I definitely feel like I don't fully grasp movement yet. Moving. All right, let's see. Beasts can still take an action after moving in this range. We'll nap here. Hover over any beast to view their movement and action range. How do I use the okay, wait, question. How do I actually use the okay, wait, is it toggle hints? Details? Well, hint details gives me a bunch of stuff, which is nice, but how do I use my mark? How do I use the already moved. I'm trying to figure out how to... Okay, wait. Start. Settings. Question. Ink blood, tooltips, language, fast mode, sounds. The thing I'm curious of is if there's a way to use a cursor in this game. That is what I'm more curious to. Because I don't really know if I can... Oh. We'll see a moving arrow. Yes. This part I have down. I feel like it's almost bizarre to play an hour of this game without knowing without realizing there was a tutorial, and then playing the tutorial and be like, oh yeah, this is all the stuff I probably should have known before I started playing a journey. That would explain my utter confusion. Because I definitely should have done this first. Inkulinati hand actions. The SWAT action and target an enemy. Yes. I think I'm getting this, though. I feel like I just need to play another journey and see what happens. Oh, sure has the... I think it's... Alright, you know what I think it is? It's less that I don't understand the mechanics, and less that I don't understand how they interact with the world around them. So I definitely don't fully grasp how it all works in context. Choose between move left and move right. Selected beast, friend, or enemy will move on to the first unoccupied field in the chosen direction. No unoccupied fields, too bad. They will fall into the abyss and die. Beasts will be pushed onto the first unoccupied field. What does pushing do? Push an enemy into the abyss or apocalyptic fire to kill them instantly. You can push using your beasts or your tiny Inkulinati. Push battlefield elements to follow your opponent's plans. I see. So that's the bit I didn't understand, was how this allowed you to push people. So any push will look for the first unoccupied tile, not necessarily the closest one in general. And that is something I was not fully grasping when the AI would just suddenly warp halfway across a field. Oh. They actually have a scene? What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? What am I looking at right now? There's something utterly confusing and mildly funny. Is this how they explain it? Is that the two of them are drawing next to each other and they're trying to outdo each other's memes? This is true couples goals, by the way, is outdoing each other's memes on the same page. I do not know if they're a couple, though. Obviously, nuns, I don't think they do stuff like that, but we have the memes. I am also now realizing that I should definitely have brought items. I should have bought items. All right, so push into the... So either reduce health to 0, push them into fire, or off the map. Let us make the sword dog. Adalbert. And the archer dog. Gallus. I understand. And we shall send... Let us send him forward. There we go. Good job. Yeah, this game... I feel like I'm slowly gathering more of how to play and understanding what the meaning is. Definitely feeling better about it in general. I think a good chunk of it is just having to sit with the game. I don't think you get good at a game just by learning the controls. You get it by understanding. Taking over an ink blot. I think what I'm going to do first is get ahead. Pray. We'll pray. Ow. Okay, and you shall... My objective was sound, though. I think the objective of taking the ink spot with archers to hold them down rather than having to worry too much about forward. Because then I don't have to worry so much about actively having to hold them. It's just, oh yeah, the archers will stay in their spot, rooted, and then it will work things out. It's fine. You gonna really shoot me? He's gonna shoot me. Ow. I definitely shouldn't be this risky, but switch between your active keys, pressing assigned keys. If you're playing with the mouse, you may also switch by clicking on a beast you wish to use. After either moving, you cannot switch to another beast. So I could do these right away then. Oh, that's pretty cool. I was kind of unaware of how that was actually meant to work, but I see now. Okay. I see. I think I see. I understand. I'm starting to understand how this game works, but I'm also very much trying my best to get it. Let's see if I can push him backwards. There we go. Then shoot him. I'm slowly gathering how this game works. Slowly but surely, I am coming to an understanding. Now, with the apocalyptic fire, I can get rid of him. Maybe. I'm gonna drink some water. Body is saying no. This is the beginning of the end of the battle. First, you'll see everything's going to be affected by the apocalypse in the next chapter. Everything, including your tiny Inkulinati, remains in this field will be destroyed. It's funny because this game is like highly advanced chess. I'm not gonna lie. Like it's like this is like chess. If why am I so zoomed in? Why zoom out? There we go. Tooltip mode. Oh my god, that's what I wanted. Okay, how does this work? Inkulinati of Saint Goody Goody, who considers herself superior to her. Destroy her meager effigy. Okay, so this lets me actually see things. I just want to figure out how to do this. So it's left click. It's clicking the left stick. I see. Okay. I accidentally hit one of my own guys. That sucks. It's fine though. I'll live. It's okay. Wah! Advance once more. And boink Brian, I guess. Just poke him. Delete him. This is the kind of instrumentation though that I'm actually kind of nostalgic for, because I played a fair bit of Age of Empires 2 growing up. And that game has a lot of medieval instruments. And it's interesting how nostalgic these kind of instruments are for me because of that game. A lot of it's because of that game, I will say. I swap to... For some reason, yeah, when he has a headache, you can't swap to him, which is a little sad, but that's... Alright, we will push Brian into the fire. It's okay. He is gone now. We have sent him to the ether. Thankfully, it appears we have claimed victory in this one. I think I'm starting to understand. I definitely have a better grasp of the controls and how to navigate the game now. I definitely need to see, when I get back to Godfrey again, I need to see what his units actually can do. Well, that's a smart move. However, I'm going to send you right back. And push again. There we go. Okay, I think control of my own turn order. The control of the turn order is definitely a necessity to understand. Duel. All right. So what is duel? How does duel work? Choose the battlefield. Human versus AI. Wait, can you? AI versus human. Human versus... You can play this together. Oh, that's cool. So you can actually... So first off, you could do... And they have maps and stuff. That's cool. Hell. What? Alright, so there's they clearly have a lot here. Okay, so there's plagues, bleeding, fire, more fire, hell. I see. I see. So there is a way to practice, but also you can play with your friends and play like turn to turn. That's fascinating. Okay, that's cool. I was unaware. There's a lot of weird creatures there. What the heck? Okay. New journey. I'll play normal again. I think... I see. So you have to... I think I'm gonna stick with dogs. I am gonna stick with this. Let me see... What is this? I see... Let's see. Hand actions on friendly beasts increase their halo level by 1. That did not really help, I will be honest. It did not help much. Tooltip mode. Living ink. Grants 4 drops of living ink if a hand action kills a beast. Oh, whoops. Helpful, but not great. Oh, those are the only 2 we got. We'll take that. I'm sure this is fine. Honestly, though, I feel like this is another one of those games like a Scream Ride where I feel like it's good that I'm exploring this as a experiment rather than trying to commit to a full bit, because I feel like this game is definitely this game is fascinating. I feel like I'm going to be playing it on my own time, like Slay the Spire, where I played it for a little bit. I definitely talked about it on a stream. And what do I do again? All right, so I do have to play through these again, but this is good practice, so this is fine. Let us duel. I bite my thumb at thee, thou wicked and fierce. Do I know what I'm talking about? Absolutely not. Is that dog's name Billiam? I see. Ah, yes. You know, my favorite dog, Billiam, versus Ferdinand and Eustace. My dog. Oh yes, my favorite dogs, Eustace and Billiam. I'm gonna move these out so that I can push forward. Bonk. There we go. And they cannot claim the ink, so this is good. And we're good. Game is fun though. I think it's simple, and it's simple in play, but difficult in execution, I will say. Definitely not the easiest thing to get into. But I think that's just because I'm also a dingus who plays like an actual gorilla at times. Not aided by a certain lack of larger amounts of sleep. But it works. It will be fine. My will be done. It'll be good. I think after the demo has been completed, though, I do think once the demo for a genie's complete, I just had the thought. I think I might spend, if it's complete on Friday, like Friday on the dot, everything is done. I don't need to do stuff during Friday during the day before the demo comes out to like, you know, finishing touches. I'm actually pretty certain I'm going to end up. I'm like fairly certain I'm going to end up doing some like side project thing to like just get people just to just have fun. Like that animation. I might do that because that might be fun. I don't know if I don't think it'll be too distracting, but it'd be something to get my brain away from the stress I'm probably gonna incur on myself in the time leading up to the demo's release. Because I know well the power that my mind has to basically attack me at every given turn. We have claimed the thing. Alright, I definitely am realizing how important getting extra ink is, so I do need to be careful to grab those accordingly. Your health regenerates a little bit after each battle. Yep. Continue. Higher the board and the more cost. Let's see. Did I get the same? Got it. But it's a curious place to be where it's like, I know that I have to spend this week working on the demo specifically, which ironically means I have to playtest a lot because the thing I actually ran into, I'm running into a fair bit right now, is that I actually need to play test to find out what level the player character should be to accurately be playable at a reasonably challenging level for the demo. Because otherwise, the player characters might be a little too strong or a little too weak, and I need to find out which way I need to balance things to get it to work. Actually, wait, I need this. This is fine. I do need extra ink. But that is something that I had to do, and I think at this point, the leveling is... And this might be something that might be proven in playtesting, if I'm being entirely honest, is whether or not my theory is correct as to what the game is going to look like. Because I actually have currently the theory that the gameplay is going to be heavily focused on the equipment and less on leveling. And I also am kind of curious if I might need to test this myself as to whether I need to like from leveling up give the players less of certain abilities and give them more stuff like the more stuff like giving them abilities through side quests or like, you know, doing like boss fights and stuff, rather than trying to do it like having the player get most of their abilities through leveling up. Because right now it's like a good chunk of the abilities are gathered through leveling up, and they're kind of like tightly packed in. Oh, thank you, Crooked. I should probably drink more water. I've been talking up a storm today. Yeah, thank you for the reminder. Whew. Yeah, I should probably also stretch while I'm thinking about it. How's it going? But yeah, the trouble is that I do wonder if people will like that. If they will like the concept of a game that is focused in on equipment rather than leveling. And if I should make abilities more dependent on doing things in the world rather than... Because there's actually, the first example of this, there's actually a side quest where, like, there's actually a whole subcategory of, like, spell that you only get by doing this. You get one of them from leveling, but it's much further ahead in the game. And I think that's a very... It tells of a different philosophy. But I think it'll be good. I think it's well worth it, but I'm uncertain. It might very well be that you guys play the demo, see the character in these two like snapshot types of points, and have the realization of like, yeah, this works or this doesn't. You know, it's like it's one of those things where you kind of have to I have to have outside influence to be able to tell me if it's gonna work well or not. So I'm uncertain. Definitely something that I have to have viewed from the outside to have a better grasp as to how it works or not. Okay, he did the thing. This is good. It wasn't good. Never mind. He did what I wanted to do to him, which is upsetting. Let's see. Can I... Okay, I have an idea, though. Okay. And push you for one. Okay, no, I want... No, alright, so I think now what I need to do is... God. This is upsetting! Let's see. Benedict is still praying, so I could probably still keep praying. I push you. Okay. Now. I think I know what I need to do. Maybe. Go over here, maybe. I did that wrong, but this is fine. This is okay. I will make it work. Maybe. But the apocalypse is happening, so I think he's locked in there unless he has movement beyond the movement that I don't understand. Ow. Okay, yes. I have the movement now. I have what I want now. Stay here. Go there. I think I've come to the understanding I needed to. And now I'm going to shove this bishop off the map. Okay, he's gone. It worked! Excellent. Okay. I am mastering the mechanics. Slowly, but surely. What? That wasn't fair. The great taste of victory shall be complemented with great bread from my own mill flour, of course. I really want to play as other characters. I want to play as Godfrey again, please. Oh boy. Take everything beasts. Sword-wielding fox. Sling-wielding creature. It attacks both adjacent fields at once. Can be used every 2 chapters. Attack, steal 1 living ink droplets from the enemy's army and adds the same value to his army's enemy reserves. Can never become a heretic. This beast is harder to hit during a dexterity attack. Can attack only adjacent field. I want that. I also just like foxes, so this is fine. Let's see. Starting health. No, we need to increase living ink. Showing my disdain for you in order to seem unavailable and lonely. I love being despised. What? How can I become better? You need a large diversity of beasts. Of course. I will buy a thing. I'm gonna boost my prestige and see if that actually helps. I'm here for the final exam. Alright, Yoda, show me what for. We shall play against Yoda. This will work. I am sure. I think now that I actually understand what I'm doing, I might be a better match for this battle. Fire Fizz! Oh, I love him. And we'll make another fox sword. Sawbones. Oh, I love him. I like these a lot, actually. Okay, and now we have a fair bit. Okay, wait, actually, can I get rid of this? Yeah, good. I will do so. Let's see what he will draw. Is that, what is that? Wait, hang on, what is that? Is that a, all right, so that's a man's face on a, on a snake-like body with goose. I understand. The method has been impressed onto me. Ow. Okay, so they still explode. This is good. Alright, be gone with you. Oh, both him and the goose heads yell when they get killed, I see. Show me air. I see. The master is drawing. I understand. Ah! Oh. That was worrying. That was worrying for about half a second. Now I shall bonk this man. Okay, we're still good. We're still good. This is fine. Shall claim ink for king and country. I feel like these kind of games are relaxing for me because they're always it's oddly satisfying to get down the strategic elements of a game. I think it's also just because I really like strategy games, or at least games that involve a level of strategy, right? Where you're by understanding the game on a higher level, you are benefited with your knowledge benefits you, right? It's not just, oh, you just need to practice and get reflexes. It's like genuinely having knowledge can assist you. And I feel like that's something that is really, it's really nice, especially when you can leverage your knowledge in ways that allow you to do creative stuff in the game. Okay, let's see. Every time I say master, I keep thinking of the Dark Crystal. Master, I don't understand. Okay, well, the master has been shoved off a cliff. A precursor to him leaving the mortal coil. I see. Alright, I'm definitely understanding this game better now. I'm definitely understanding how to win. Let's see. Take all beasts. Let's see. Bishop-like creature. Attacks 2, let's see, adjacent fields at once, can restore health and give halos up to 3 friendly beasts at once, is anointed. Attacks, let's see. Deals additional damage to heretics. Heal 5, 3 friendly beasts. Gives a double halo to 3 friendly beasts. Attacking anointed beast will make the attacker a heretic. Pitchfork wielding creature. Gives a halo, makes the target unpushable, so they can pray. A bow wielding rabbit. Well, we already have an archer, but they just get butts, which is helpful but not fantastic. Stop the arrow in the attack zone on the highest one. Damage ranges are color coded. They can stop the arrow. So harder to hit during a dexterity. So so they're harder to hit. Okay, I think I understand now. So they're harder to hit when somebody tries to shoot them. I see. I am understanding. I is getting it. This guy can also move 4 spots, which is also reach enemies. So this is a spear enemy, a spear opponent. This one can heal, which is something we have not had before. Sounds fun. Let's see. New hand action. Draw a cauldron, mass awakening, draw a chest. I'm gonna do draw a chest because that might be helpful. Actually, wait. Yeah, yeah. Balance. Moving enemies with a hand action inflicts bleeding. Friendly beasts regain 2 at the start of each chapter. And hand actions used on friendly beasts increase their hair level by 1. I'm going to grab Daily Supper again because that was helpful. Party. Alright, we get to see Death kill our master again, which is good. And he's dead. Alright. Let's fight. You must set on master journey. Okay. I'll see you soon, Death. Maybe, hopefully. Not in that way, though. Okay, so we have... Yeah, this is about the team I would go into battle with. I understand. I definitely understand. This is definitely a team that I could trust I could trust we would win this battle like this. Yes. Can I push this? No. Full attack. Okay, good. The fire has been deleted. This is good. Now, we rest. Oh no, my boy! You gotta be joking with me, though. God dang it. You! Small one. Oh, it's so hard to hit him. Yeah, he dodges the dexterity attacks. Right. That's what they literally just told me. That's what the information I took in. It's the information I just took in. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of both of those if I can. I was not able to, but I landed damage. Okay, question. How do you work? Word gets around. Attacks both fields at once. Heal 3 friendly beasts. What is this thing that I am currently staring at? I wish I understood. I'm gonna push Eustache forward. I probably should have done this before because that would have definitely made my that would have definitely kept my boy alive. I probably should have done that, but it's fine. It is fine. It'll work. These are W's we do claim, even if they are a bit slower. All right, shove him. Has been shoved. Good. Please stop shooting, Thomas. Nope, that's Chardon. Please stop shooting him. Don't shoot him either, please. My good man, where is your dignity? Where is your honor? Nope, 3 though. God, this game is so weird. It's just so funny to stare at. It's like if somebody came into stream looking at this and didn't know what this didn't see this game, they're just like, oh yeah, he's playing some game. This looks interesting. And it's just like, what am I looking at? What am I staring at? Truly, especially this thing. Whatever Eustache is, it concerns me. You know, just genuine concern. Did he just eat Eustache? How did he eat him? How did he do that? What just happened? Wait, how did he do that? I need to look at the snail, because now I'm concerned. What the heck did he just do? Okay, can I want to see. What just happened? What did just happen? Because I'm so confused. What did you do? What did you do? What is your ability? Devour. Devoured Maw. Attacks target on adjacent field, devours the target. Oh, he just ate my unit. I see. I didn't have to deal with that last time because the snail just died. I remember now. Well, that's not good. Crap, what am I gonna do then? Thankfully he can't get any closer without receiving a lot of nonsense, so thankfully he cannot approach me in a way that is going to be advantageous to him. This is fine. This is fine. I'm sure this will work out in the end. Okay. Never mind, this isn't working. Oh, it all went wrong the moment that I watched that one of my units died very early. That is absolutely what happened. That is definitely what happens when one of my units dies early. It's like, yep, this is not good. I'm very scared as to what to do about any of this, because the snail is worrying me now. The only downside is you can't really quit mid-run. Like, it's either quit to menu and, like, lose everything, and you can't just, like, mulligan in that sense. Like, you can't just say, oh, yeah, I lose, so I should so I just want to start the battle over. Because this game does not do that, and I think that, unlike other games where it's, like, a roguelike kind of thing, where you have, like, an arcade-style thing, it's become common practice to do so. And I do think it can be a bit awkward when that isn't the case. Now I kind of have to either fabricate a way for me to lose or fabricate a victory out of this nonsense. There's kind of no in between. Yeah, I'm gonna lose. I can see now why they wouldn't give you the snail very early. Because that snail is capable of some nonsense. All right. Let's see. Rematch. Interesting though that it's basically an arcade mode. I do think that it is fascinating, if mildly confusing. Push this there. I do not want to have my units in a row, please. No, not again. Oh my god, you got... Okay, I should not have done that. Oh, it's agonizing. I thought about it, and then I realized it only after I did it. That was really dumb. That was really stupid of me. Okay, well, if I can actually get rid of a target, that would actually make me really happy. I feel like I would be happy if I could actually get rid of an opponent rather than just having them have more characters to work with. Nope. Wah. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at this and just thinking, man, I will say that it is... One of the things that this game does have that's a little bit strange is that it does not have much in the way of feedback. Like, you know, like the means of... It does not have much in the way of means to understand what you did wrong. Also, and I think that's just because like they're going for a more traditional, almost arcade type experience rather than something akin to we're making something that's going to be like, and they said they're working on more features, so I can't really judge the game. I will judge the game, but not as harshly as I could. Because I do think it is a fair criticism to be like, hey, why is there no just like let me die button? Because I think it's like it can be almost a bit like painful to have to like watch your embarrassment go on for long. Especially when the battle's kind of like, yeah, this battle is definitely lost. And it can be a bit sad. Let's see. Spear. I think it also is just like, because there are certain pieces of the mechanics that are a little confusing without practice. It's actually something that I think a lot of games now take advantage of rather than trying to... Because a lot of games are not going to be somebody... Like, a lot of games are not people's first video games. And nobody designs their games... Not nobody, but a lot of people don't design their games in the mindset of, oh yeah, this might be your first video game. Which is dangerous. To put it lightly, I think it's dangerous. Because you can end up in a very strange spot where... Because the player is expected to just have a baseline knowledge of how video games work, it's actually very hard for brand new players to understand how to play your game. So that can be very difficult. And it can also make games a harder sell because there's this idea of, oh, but I'm not a gamer, I don't know how to play these. Because that's something I've heard people say before, especially when I was in high school, was that, well, I don't play video games, so how would I'm not going to be good at this. It's like, you know, a lot of, like, a good number of video games shouldn't be built with the idea that, oh no, yeah, he inhaled my boy. That is upsetting. Okay, let's see. Let's see. I'm going to just move around him. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do this, but I need to get rid of this snail. But it's not... And I think this game suffers from that. And it's just an observation, not like a hard and fast, like, oh, this is bad of it. It's just an observation of, yeah, this is what a lot of games do, is that they come in with the preconception of, you have played a video game, here's how to play ours. Not, this is your first video game, you should know how to, like, what a video game works. You know, it's like when... I would say the best example is like when in Paper Mario, when they go through like, yeah, this is what a heart point is. This is what a technique point is, or, you know, I haven't played Paper Mario. In a while, at least. I did play the one on the Wii, but I haven't played it in a long time, so it's not like I remember everything. But point is that when you're teaching a player who might not have ever touched a video game before, it is paramount to be aware that the player might not even know how to play video games. And I've been trying to iron my tutorial out so it's closer to that, rather than something akin to, oh, you know how to play RPGs, so I'm going to presume you know how RPGs work, and I'm going to say, yeah, here's just what you need. Here's just the controls. You know how all this stuff works. It's like, no. You kind of need to... You need to put yourself in the mindset of what would happen if you have never played a video game of this style or in general. How would you explain it? Certainly not easy, but important. Important to know, to think about that kind of thing, especially as a designer. And also as a friend, because if you're going to teach your friends how to play games, you can't approach them with the idea of, oh yeah, you know how to play this style of game, right? And it's like, no. Unfortunately, not everybody has the same experience level. They have to approach the games. You have to approach making and playing games like that. In fact, another game that I've been playing recently that I've seen that happen is actually Marvel Snap, where I think some people don't, and it's not like it's like I'm not gonna like talk down on someone because that's not what I want. It's fascinating when I see people play a game, and they I think it's because they don't quite grasp the mathematics of their field. And I think that's also pretty similarly when you're dealing with stuff like playing like any card game at all. I think you can end up with similar similar attacks to the strategy where if somebody doesn't understand a certain mechanic, like, oh, here's how these numbers are multiplied, it might not make sense to them to play a card in the most efficient manner. Okay, let's see. We have the Fox Sword. We have Fox Sword again. I'm gonna swap out. Let's see. I'm gonna swap out. What's Dog Sword? It's like 1 point of hit of. It's 1 extra hit point, but as I recall, foxes get a chance to win a bonus quill. Okay, let's see. They get heresy resistant, harder to hit during dexterity attack, sadistic thief. Yes, so as long as he doesn't die, this should be good. I'm gonna drink some more water before this battle. Okay. Oh! I see the strategy before me. Never mind, it didn't work. Why on earth? Why? Why, brain? I was like, oh, I'm gonna trigger the explosion. It's gonna be really cool. And then that happened. That's upsetting. Oh, there goes my archer, but that's fine. I can still make this work. I know I can. I just need to be far more careful and actually strategize instead of being a total goober. Ow. Okay, first, get rid of you. Okay, there we go. I feel bad that my objective was to try and trigger those bombs with the archer, and now I don't get to do that. What are these doors? Can I push them? No valid targets range. Okay, so so it's gonna be like Fire Emblem where I have to open the thing. Let's see. I understand the means. Owie. Interesting. I also keep making that mistake where I have a target go forward and I'm like, oh, it's gonna be fine, and then I immediately mess up and it's like, oh, well, whoops. Where is you? Oh, I want to go here. There we go. Now he's healed. My boy has been saved slightly. Now everybody has no accuracy. What determines turn order? I still have not quite figured that out yet. I am beginning to realize that my inability to visualize turn order is definitely coming back to bite me every turn. Because I do not understand turn order in the slightest. Because I feel like that's the thing that's kind of messing me up the most, is that I don't fully grasp how to do turn order. Ow. I'm just gonna pray. This is fine. I need to pray. Ow. Oh, he has a pushing attack as well? That's concerning. I'm definitely not fully grasping how to play, but I am I'm having fun. I feel like I just absolutely need to be. Ow. I definitely need to like figure out how to play. Definitely need to actually get better before I can get any further. Let's see. I'm just gonna push the archer off because I just want him off of this battlefield. You. Okay. Yeah, see, this is the bit I don't quite get. What determines the turn order? Because I did one attack, and then the game said, yes, now it is not your turn anymore. I think it's mostly because he keeps using... I think it's because he keeps using the... I think it's because he keeps using the headache thing on me, and that's why that's why I kept losing the last game too. But I'm uncertain, to be honest. Okay, at the very least, I don't have to deal with that anymore. Unfortunately, I still have to deal with the 20 out of 20 mace dog, who's absolutely going to... Yeah, he's going to knock me out. Yeah, that's going to be rough. Yeah, I'm a little worried as to how I'm going to handle this, but we'll see. I'm going to hopefully figure out what to do. Ow. Okay, well, can I shove... Oh, yeah, I can shove him off and kill him. Yay, there we go. Okay. Thank goodness. Now the real question is, what am I going to do? Because I do not have a the faintest idea as to how I'm going to deal with this this battle. I do not know what I'm going to... Yeah, he's going to push me into the fire. Nope, he's going to kill me instantly. Okay. Okay, just gonna sit here and pray, I guess, because I don't know what to do. Yeah, I'm actually a little uncertain what to do. This is concerning, to say the least. I actually don't know what I'm gonna do next. Well, there goes that bomb plan I had earlier. Now the question is he gonna come up here to kill me, or is he just gonna wait for me to come down? Yep, he's waiting for me to come down. That's unfortunate. Okay. Just gonna come down. Okay. Yep, we're here now. Hi, buddy. This isn't good. I don't like this. I very much don't like where this is going. Random glade objects, ink drizzle. I think I can still win this if I play my cards right, but that is a big if. Never mind, he killed me instantly. Because the big guys are built like trucks. I brought the healing guy to specifically heal, and he does nothing. He does not do much. Rematch. I need to get better. I need to figure out what I'm doing wrong. I think that's what I'm having. That's where my difficulty lies, is that I'm definitely not grasping what I'm doing wrong. It's mostly just because I'm not seeing the map in the way that I'm supposed to see it. Basically, I know that I'm not visualizing the attacks, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not seeing in my head, okay, yeah, this is going to get me killed if I don't move, right? Where it's like, okay, I need to not be in the way when something happens. Let's see. Okay, yes. I think I know what I can do with this. As long as it doesn't move... Yeah, see, it moves to his turn right away. Why does it move to his turn when... For some reason, it always moves to his turn, which I'm still very confused by. Because it goes to his turn right away, and then I lose, like... That's when I lose units. Ow. Okay. At least Jeffrey is still alive. This is fine. I keep hearing stuff. I might need to take a small break to go check something in a moment, which might be the first time I've ever had to do that, which would be mildly surprising. Okay, and I'm gonna try and break one of these because I want them out of the way. Oh, I see how that works now. I see now. I did not I did not... Alright, so I This is vital information, actually, to learn that you can wake up your units by hitting those. Very important to know, actually. I think I woke him up by doing that, so that's really good. Okay, so you could use the bell towers to wake them up. I see. I see. Okay, I'm gonna go check that really quick. I will be right back. I'm gonna throw the screen blocker up. I'll be right back. Yep. Apologies. I had to step away there for a moment. Wah. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I just had to check something really quick. Ah, okay. There. Probably the first time I've had to do that ever. But yeah, I just... What did I miss? I... Down a few people, it seems. Yeah. I'm gonna wait. Let's see. I think I might be able to, with the archer still up, I might be able to win, maybe? I might be able to at least get this down to the last target. It should be good. Yep, alright, we're down to 1. Thank goodness we actually are doing good. I think I'm starting to understand better how to actually do stuff. Okay, and I woke him up again. Now I can push him off, maybe? Yes, I can. Hey, it worked out. Okay, I'm very slowly learning. I think the trouble is trying to understand how... It's understanding the field. I think that's where my brain is getting stuck. Let's see. I can spend money. Blessing. Let's see. Hand actions. +1 quill, though. I want an extra quill because I wanted that extra try later if I need it. Spend gold. I am just going to yell at somebody. I love celebrities. I got +2 starting ink. Excellent. Alright. I shall fight Godfrey one more time. Hopefully it is the last time we have to do it today. Maybe. Probably not, but we'll find out. Let's see. How about I start with a second archer to get more ink. And Fox in order to gain more. Okay. Oh. Forward 1. And we're gonna throw this in their way. Yep. And now if he cannot stop behind the field, he has to move forward. Yeah, he has to cross his infection in order to get closer. Excellent. Now I can start hitting him. I can now attack from a distance. Yes. We have the I now have the strategy. It's not great strategy, but I have the strategy. Actually, I guess better put, I have a strategy. Which should be better than what I was doing earlier. Excellent. Okay. Now, I can end this boy. And now, he is down. Very good. I think at this point, my goal is to lock Godfrey in behind the, behind there. I think that's my goal right now. I think this is my goal. Yes. I think my goal right now is to lock him in back there. I think I'm going to send... I think I am going to send the Fox Boy. I'm going to send him in with the intent of trying to score some hits on Godfrey. But that's solid maybe because I have very little health in the first place, so... Let's see. More dog archers. More dog archers. I make another dog archer. It's good. We should have more dog archers. Sancho. We have Sancho, I see. Okie dokie. Let's see. Let's see. No, we'll just call it. There we go. What will he do? This game's also fascinating because you're adding to the turn order rather than having units always being taken away. Which is different than most strategy games where your goal is to, you start with units and then take them away. Like when we play Stellar Glow on Thursdays, it's a different sort of strategy because you're always taking away, you're never adding. And when you do add, it's usually the opponent adding specifically to add more to what you have to deal with. But this game, it's both players are adding to the field and also trying to take away at the same time. Which is different. And really interesting. Yeah, we're just gonna move, but it's fine. And there we go. And now we have taken him out. I'm going to get Halfdan. My goal is to get Halfdan in. Oh god, why is... Let me move behind him and then hit him from the back. There we go. And now we get to deal extra damage from the backstab. That said, oh no, he doesn't. I was about to say, I thought he was gonna try and do something, but I guess he can't. Ah, whiff. This is fine. I still have another archer, so I might be able to land a lethal shot, maybe. Ow. Oh, Godfrey's just gonna keep hitting everything there. Yep, he did. And that's how he claims the extra stuff, because he was able to claim extra ink because of that. Man, those donkeys are not that hard to get. That is kind of concerning, actually. 1, 2. Okay, that'd be at the edge of the possible attack. This is fine. As long as he stops getting more ink, I'm fine with this. Okay, let's see. Let's see. I will make... Actually, Rabbit Spear might be good. Also, because it means that there's less boredom. Let me send Sancho up ahead. How's it going, everyone? Hey, though, Flurry. I hope that things are going well. And for your affirmation, I think it's simple to just be like, hey, man, I hope that things are going well. You know, just I hope the world's in a place that that you can handle. You know. And if it isn't, I hope that it gets there sooner. That's going well. I think it's going well. Hopefully it gets my man. It will. Thankfully, life is always moving forward. It never goes backwards, which I think is very helpful, especially for keeping a good mindset. Let's see. I will have him pray. How to handle this part? Okay, all three of his units are next to each other though, so I might be able to get some good damage. There we go. So it's this game. It's called Inkulinati. It's a strategy. It's a strategy type game with a emphasis on. It's like it's 2D. It's a 2D game where you have to draw in new units, and your goal is to try and make your goal is to try and make a army that will counter your opponent's movement. Which is easier said than done, because man, sometimes this game it has taught me that it is never that simple. Because it definitely has not been that simple this whole time I've been playing. Always impressed me by finding these crazy but funny games. Yeah, I tried to play games that not everybody would be looking for. Because I think it's like, yeah, I could go play like, you know, the hot new thing, or I could play something that's, you know, frankly, the where everybody's at. But I'm like, no, I want to play. I saw this on the Xbox Game Pass, like in the newly added, and I thought, no, this would be fun. I think this would be a fun game to try out. I think it would be a lot of fun, especially because it said, oh, it's a strategy game. Like, okay, that sounds like the stuff I play, so I think I could try it. Okay, I think I just beat Godfrey. Maybe. I am fine with this. Please just let me use my man. Where is he? Oh no, I can't. Oh, I can't use him because he's napping. Oh, that's upsetting. Okay, this is fine. I can push this guy though. Get off the map. Thank you. Ow. This is fine. This is fine. I'll make it work. Eh. Yeah, my trouble is that this guy has been consistently giving me trouble because I haven't figured out how to beat him yet. The Mickey plus strategy games equals happy to Mickey. You are right. You are accurate. I think strategy games are my go-to because of the fact that they always scratch an itch for me and they always feel fun. It is very rare where a strategy game will visibly upset me. I think the only one I haven't tried, the only like of the what I would call like the noble, the happy boy, my boy, me and my boy, we get to play more strategy. I think the one strategy game I haven't tried yet that I feel like if I do, it's going to be definitely a trip for me, is going to be Stellaris. Because I think Stellaris is probably like one of the oldest strategy games where, yeah, that's going to be a game that is going to push my brain to its limits. Mostly because of the scale of it. Because that game is a very big game. And I mean that in the sense of like its scale is very disturbing to the brain. Let's see. I kind of don't want to send any of my people that way, so... Actually, wait, yeah, I could just send him to the afterlife. Be gone with you, my boy. Be gone with you, foolish one. I'm gonna punch you. Bonk. Bonk. Looks so beautifully done. I want to play Harry Potter a lot. I will be brief on it. It's quite good. It is quite good. I think it has some flaws, but I think every open world game has inherent flaws that are part and parcel of the genre. Oh, I just killed myself, didn't I? I did. I did. Every time I think I have this fight down, I don't know what it is, but Godfrey, I feel like it's because I don't visualize the space very well. There is something about the space. I got kicked into the fire, so I die instantly. There is something about the spacing in this game that I'm still not quite getting. All right, I need to try one more time. Thankfully, I get a couple tries for this fight. Thankfully. I thankfully get some tries. Rematch. Change army. Why did it swap in Eustace again? You know what? I'm gonna just take the recommended army and see what happens. But the Harry Potter game, I think many open world games, there is always a litany of bugs. And this isn't a bad thing. This is just like an observation of open world games. Whenever you play an open world game, there will always be bugs. I don't think you can ever make an open world game with absolutely no issues whatsoever. I feel like if somebody says they did it, they're lying. And they definitely covered up their bugs with something like that allows them to cover it. Didn't get it because I bought Escape from Backrooms, so Harry Potter gotta wait a month. I see. That's reasonable, though. You gotta prioritize, of course. And that's true for anything. You just got, it's about priorities, so. But of course, it's like I will say I will never stream the game, mostly just because I don't feel like opening that can of worms personally, but I do think that it's a game that when you judge the game on its merits, it's pretty good. Not the greatest, not the worst. Like, oh, pretty good. Got it for me and a friend because we were going to play it together with one another. Oh, that's pretty cool. Cave of the Backrooms looked really fun. It looks very fun. A little bit silly, and I think that's good. I think a lot of games nowadays, as my personal opinion is that most games are 7 out of 10 and higher, and there are very few games that are genuinely bad. And the ones that are bad are generally the ones that are either, it's because they're bad out of being boring or they're bad out of being disingenuous. Most people say it's lore accurate, so I gotta try it. That is for both cases, I think both games are lore accurate in that respect. I think it's pretty good. Now then, how do I attack in a way that will be advantageous to me? Now, why is he going to shoot Dietmar? But yeah, there are a number of games I think nowadays where lore, like the way that games are now, it's just it's very hard for me to say many games are like genuinely bad. I think one of my best examples of that is that the Kingdom Hearts Game Boy Advance version, like the Chain of Memories Game Boy Advance version, that game is not even bad. It's just that a lot of people prefer 3D over 2D at that period of time. And that's the only thing that really made that game get bad reviews in its time. Oh, I love that game. It's like, but the Game Boy version of it, people took umbrage with it because of the nature of it. And I really like Chain of Memories. I played the Game Boy version at a very important time in my life, which was that I was a kid. The Game Boy is beautifully done. I love the sprite work in that. The sprite work is phenomenal in that game. So I do not find that the issues are like the criticisms are shared. And I think that the card combat, we have games nowadays where we have games that do the card combat now, like Darkest Dungeon, and we have things that show that, like, it's like most people got confused about the story too. You know what's really funny is that I played it without knowing Kingdom Hearts 1 existed. I just had the Game Boy game, so I took the story as an individual game, and I still really like it. I think it's still one of my favorite games, just in general. Going to heal like this. I should have healed the other two. I should have healed Stumper. That's not great. This is unfortunate, but ow. Hello, Gustav. Until I replay them all. Yeah, I didn't even know English back then until I replayed them all. Oh, I see. Yeah, I played, when I played Chain of Memories on the Game Boy, I played it, expressly I played it by itself. Like, I played it in this weird fugue state of, but it's so good even though I didn't know the language. I just love the gameplay. The gameplay alone is enough to pull me along. That's where it is for me, and I definitely get that. I think some of that was because you built the deck. It wasn't random. It was just you built the deck, and that's how the game worked. And I think that, personally, that's really cool. Howdy. Are we picture book? Kind of. We are picture books, guy. How's it going today? We are kind of picture book. We're basically drawing memes of the 1500s. Last boss was hard without a reason. There was a reason. It just wasn't explained to us. Took me 30 tries to beat him. I can't remember how long it took me to beat him. Going good, and you? Going very good. Oh, I should probably say it again for everybody. I'm gonna drink water after I say the demo for Red Genie is going to be out. Oh, update. I'll do it as the update then. The demo will be out this Friday, the 17th. Even on the new version, I was fighting my life to beat it. I think the 3D version, it was actually far easier for me. I don't know, it was just much easier for me to beat it, but... Yeah, no, the demo. The demo for my game will be out this Friday. My time, so... Eastern Standard, it'll be... I don't have an exact time, because I don't think I could reasonably do that. But... I do have... I do have a time... I do have at least a day. So... I will also be doing an additional stream this week to play the demo myself on stream. So I can talk about it. And also because, why not, honestly? Let's see, how do I want to do this? Yeah, let's do it like this, actually. But... Games demo's gonna be out. I'm still doing some playtesting to try and get everything ready. But it's looking real nice. I'm really proud of it, so... And I'm fairly certain everybody will have fun with it. The other piece of it that I think will be interesting for me personally is that I will be actually had a new writer who I pointed your direction to read your book. She wants to publish poetry and found your journey as a creator inspiring. Hope you don't mind. Oh, that's wonderful. Let her know that if she ever wants to talk shop and she wants to talk about writing and stuff, please point her. You can point her here or towards the Discord, because I'd be more than happy to talk about the publishing process. You will look for bugs? Please do, because I want to know. But yes, guy. Oh no, like let her know, and I'd be more than happy to talk about like how publishing works, because it's. I only learned it because of what I got to do, and it was just a very different experience when you're learning it. When you're learning it, you know, one way or the other, very different. Ow. Let's see. Do I know what I'm doing? Actually, yes, I do. Hang on. You know what I'm doing. But Red Genie is on itch.io, right? It will be. It has not been put up there yet. I have been waiting to put the demo up until I have a deliverable. So it will be up. The demo itself will be up when it is ready, which will be this Friday. Where are you gonna post demo? Itch.io. I have a page. I will be posting the link directly here, along with on Twitter and on a couple other places. Because it'll be easier for me to post it. It'll be easier for me to post it in that method, with that method. Ow. Than any other method. So I think that, so I will post the links directly. I will probably also be popping into a lot of streams to discuss it. Be like, hey, I did the thing. I'll also be, well, and I'm not gonna be like posting the links and people. Post it on Discord so I can look it up on PC. I will. It is a PC game, so it will be, because I do not know how RPG Maker would do specifically with a console based thing. I want to let you know when I saw you next. She was lost on how publishing best is done. I thought you were a success story to help her along. That is I think that's well, first off, I'm honored that I'm your reference point. And it is a strange process, and it's important to get it right. So, and there's a lot of avenues now with independent artists, especially, to try it. So it's certainly a different field than when, you know, people like Stephen King were getting into it, right? Where they were trying to get into it by sending, you know, their works to publishers rather than... Ow. Oh, I'm dead. Crap. Do I have any more tries? I think I have one more quill. He blushing behind the fox. Every time. But yes, I will be posting the link everywhere. I don't think I'll be like I'm not gonna be throwing links into people's streams without like express permission. And I will also be contacting a lot of streamers, be like, hey, I'm doing this game, not sending you any links until you give me permission. But like, the key thing I want is information. Like, if somebody plays the game, is knowing what weapons feel strong, what weapons feel weak, how do they think about the music, do they like the characters. GameMaker.io is really great for getting your game to multiple platforms cheap. That's that I might need to look into that then. I know the trouble is that it's just I don't know how to, but can I stream it? Of course. GameMaker.io. The trouble I have is formatting, because it's not just take game, put it on console. There's a lot of formatting that some games require. So I would need to learn more about how to, let's see. Okay, you know what? This healing dude does not do anything. He has been a hindrance every time. I am going to, let's see, so that works. Right, then I will. And I will try to bring it up to as many people as I can. I think I'll be sticking with itch.io and Steam as my primary release platforms first, and then making moves to put it other places when I have better figured out how it'll work. I'll definitely be talking up this game as soon as I get my hands on it. Of all the things I hope for, Sky, I hope that everybody talks about it honestly. Like, if somebody comes to me and says, hey, this game has some problems. Did you get a press to get there for us to use? Not yet. That is part of this week's work. I am actually halting, like, forward progress to do ironing out the game, getting the demo ready, and then getting the demo out the door. That is going to be my goal this week, is finishing everything up. So it'll be the work of the week. Not easy work, but it will be well worth it. There we go. I need to get some extra ink in the beginning, so let's do it this way. And that will be part of the work. I think this will work. And I really am looking forward to. I am always honest. I like you, but if your game is boring, I probably have a hard time not saying it. Hey, that's exactly what I'm hoping for. Is that I'm hoping that if nothing else, I get the feedback I need to improve the game. I will say I've been playing it myself recently. I believe in you, though. Well, that's nice of you to say, man. I appreciate it, and I hope that your faith. I genuinely hope that your faith is not misplaced in me. Like, I really hope that when the game comes out, it's like I hope people really like it, but I also really hope that people won't hold back if something is wrong. That is also important to me. I do think that the two things that I think the game has in spades, and I think it's the strongest parts of the game, I think the dialogue, like, by extension, the main character, I think the main character and the music, I think are going to be the strongest points of the game. I think the combat, though, I have been playing the game myself this weekend. The combat at this point, I think it feels pretty good. There are some little things I need to work on. Namely, there's like some little minor effects and bugs that I want to iron out for the demo specifically. But in one case in specific, it's mostly the I want to fix something. Well, is their voice actor will be reading to ourselves? It will be reading. I do not have the means for voice acting. Unfortunately, I have not yet grown out of broke college student yet. Also in terms of mindset, not just in terms of budget, but budget's also, you know. I am still very much in the I am not quite there yet. Also, because I think this game is best suited to be closer to the DS era of gaming, where like DS, like Pokemon Pearl and Diamond era, because I think that was what a lot of where my brain was when I was thinking about what do I want from a game of this style. And I think it was something of that feel of like you're loading up a game that feels like that era. And I think it captures that time well. And I also think that it does some stuff that maybe will surprise people. Can I be a voice actor? I think anybody can be a voice actor if they practice. As if I'm remembering correctly, I think everybody can be a voice actor I can do the chicken good. There is a chicken enemy in the game. I guess that's not really a spoiler, but there is one. Not really even a spoiler. Just, oh yeah, there's a thing. All right, wait, is this gonna explode? Oh, it did. That works out. Let's stick with this then. Please also include a direct link to support the game specifically. I want to be able to push it if it turns out well. Yes. I will try to create both a link to the Steam and the itch.io, as well as means to approach it directly. That is important. That will be important, so yes. I think the thing I'm looking forward to the most is... Of all the things I'm looking forward to with the game is being able to being able to play it myself, and being able to play it with people who want to see it. Because genuinely, I actually do think that the game is pretty fun. I've been playing it myself this weekend, and the thing about it, I think that might throw some people off. But how can you add the game as a category on Twitch? I think it just gets added. I think either I can be like, hey, can you add this as a category, or if it goes on Steam, I think it just gets added. I think if it's on Steam, it just gets added as a category. I don't know though. I actually don't know. I'll probably have to email Twitch and be like, hey, I made a game. Can you put it on the thing, please? I would like it to be on the... I'd like it to be there, please. I'm gonna claim that ink. I'll have to figure that out. I'll probably have to, ask about it. It's probably the first time I'll ever have to do that kind of stuff. Like, hey, how do I do that? Let's see. What am I gonna do? Send Sir Nigel forward. Ow. But I think that'll be something I have to figure out at some point myself and see how it works. No many itch creators have a lot of success using a tier system to encourage fans to donate beyond the minimum amount and build following using basic rewards that are free to the creator. I'm actually quite uncertain what because I guess the trouble is that I have thought about stuff like that where it's like, okay, what can I... Because it would definitely be Patreon is the go-to for project items. Yes. I had the thought that for any amount over the base game on itch.io, it would be, you could get the soundtrack. I think that would be something I would be able to very easily do, is just add the soundtrack as oh, did you pay anything above the base price of the game? Good job, here's the soundtrack, here you go. Because I think itch.io is going to be more of a kind of yeah, people are going to be finding it in a specific way kind of thing. But I do think that it will also be... Let's see, what am I doing? Let's leave it. Try that. But I also think that I'll have to think about stuff like that, because I know that right now my main concern is just making sure the game is reaching people. The money is secondary to me. I think to me it's my goal is to earn, to be able to make more things, not to make things to earn. How am I gonna win this? Ow. Okay, so these two get... Yeah, they've lost their turn. It's frustrating. Get onto the ink. Ow. I think I found something about adding it. Adding... What exactly? Oh no. I have a feeling that's gonna be bad. Oh, save the ink. There we go. The game on Twitch. Oh, I see. You include the game, its updates, and before public release, and your thanks. Higher tiers get things like access to behind the scenes and early DLC or beta content. I have to think about it. The trouble, I guess, is that I don't really know what DLC would look like for this game. Also, how DLC works on RPG Maker in the first place. I'll have to think about it. I definitely know that I will be probably creating some massive thank you list for people who play the demo. I might need to update the Google form then, so that people can put down a username if they want to for thanks in the credits for the for that stuff, because I feel like that's something that is a very easy thing for me to do, and I should just do that. Might have to do that, but I do think that adding the game on Twitch, I'll have to figure that out. Ow. The fact that Godfrey could just do that is really upsetting. Just routinely mess with me, and it's upsetting. It is upsetting how quickly he is able to mess with me. Let's see. How far can I... Alright, so I can... Huh? I do not understand. Now the question is, will this actually work? It will not. This is not good. I posted on Discord at the gaming channel. Ah, very good. I'll have to take a look then, because I am very uncertain how it all works. 4 out of 6. 3 out of 5, 4 out of 6, 4 out of 6, 4 out of 5. I think I'm slowly gathering, but I'm also wildly not understanding. Right, move forward. Advance. Maybe. This is not a good idea. I just realized this is not a good idea. Actually, wait, I can do this. I feel like this is a dumb idea, but it might work. Maybe. I doubt it, but we're gonna find out real quick. I will find out real... Oh, wait, no, I made a mistake. I made a big mistake. Oh, wait, no, I didn't, because the, Oh, no, I'm dead. Oh, no, I lost. Meh. DLC is separate file extension add-ons for the game for this type of game. I've seen it helped on many Renplay games. You can make the whole game plus the added content as one big download to replace the user's current game file. Just keep the saves as a separate partition, or you can have instructions to add the file to game. I see. I'll have to figure it out, and I'll see what I can do, but it's mostly just that I'm uncertain where it will move. Also, I don't know what it is, but Godfrey just keeps slapping me, and I don't know how to beat him. It upsets me. Oof. I think I need to play on easy just so I can actually beat Godfrey. Have I gotten enough for anything? I can start with the foxes. Oh, that's way better. You kidding me? Oh, this is... Wait, what does this do? You do. Halo. Each halo increases accuracy by 1. Let's have healing hand. That's gonna be helpful. Alright, let's try this one more time. With gusto. I'll have to figure it out, though, Sky. I think the trouble is that... The trouble I have... I'm sure you'll get it. Yeah, and I think... I do know also it'll have to be me forcing myself ahead to trying things that like... Because I'm thinking about, like, okay, once the game is out... I guess the trouble is I'm trying to treat it like a book. Like, when I put out a book, right? Where it's like, okay, I'm going to release the thing, and the thing is complete. It has been completed. And I don't think that is going to help me much. I need to remind myself that's not just a put it out there and you're done. It's as much as I want it to be, where it's like, okay, I made the thing, and the thing is now complete. It's not going to be like that, especially because my goal is to put the game out without any major game-breaking bugs. That is my goal with the game, is to have it so it comes out and I do not have to worry about bugs or major, like, game-breaking issues. That is my goal. And I hope that that goal is realized, but it could very well not be. I don't really... you know, it's one of those things you don't really know. I want to clear the turn order, so I'm going to get rid of this guy real quick. There we go. But regardless, I think it'll be fun. And if nothing else, I'm looking forward to how people feel about the demo. I think the thing I'm looking forward to is seeing how people like... I think I'm really looking forward to seeing how people like the weaponry. Because a lot of the game's like, you know, doing fun stat stuff, I think it's really built into the I think the lifeblood of the game will be how people react to the weapons, and how using the weapons will change your stats so radically. I do think I'm gonna make a note of it myself right now. Probably gonna buff, because one of the things the philosophy I'm trying to have with the game in terms of the like all the stuff is, rather than nerfing anything, is just buffing things. Where it's like, if say a weapon overperforms, right? The game is different. You'll most likely have to do it in chapters and perfect it with the help of fans and testers. One of the reasons to have a Patreon page to support development, you need to devote a lot of time and personal resources to make it right and take it seriously. Yes. And I have. It's curious when it's like, because I've worked on it for almost a year now, and it's curious because I even if I want to, like, if I put the demo out, it doesn't stop the fact that my current game plan is to still finish the game, like have it out on Steam, basically in a month after the demo goes out. And that's the objective. Also, I'm gonna send my boy back for now, but I'm pretty sure he'll be back soon. And my goal is to have the demo inform how I'm going to improve the, like, where it's going next. What do you do? Piercing Scream can attack fields, deal certain damage. Sounds interesting. Let's keep fighting. But I think that's going to be something that is going to be curious, because I definitely have not, I think the part I've floundered the most on, just being entirely honest, is publicity. But that's because I've determined that my energy right now is best spent making sure the game is as good as it can be. As much as I want to, like, work on the, you know, work on making everything, making it the way I want it to, which I definitely think I am also atypical for game designers, because I don't even want to release the game if it's not ready. Like, if I feel like I'm half-assing something, or there's a part of the game that I don't think is going to perform properly, I don't even want the game to be out. Like, you'll need money to continue though. Most games I've worked on have had around a month through donations alone on grants or personal investment. 1,500 to 6,000 a month through donations alone. Huh. I don't have any of that. It's I have not put up anything on Patreon or anything like that, because I was focused more on working on the game itself and getting it ready. And I think a lot of that was because I know that it's because it's my first game. And I almost wonder if it's because mentally I'm still in the headspace of, I'm working on a project that is equal parts for me as it is for other people. And I feel like that mindset, for better or for worse, can end up making me, frankly, it can end up making me seem the fool. Especially when compared to, it's like, well, why aren't you, where's the money in this? And it's like, well, that's not. The trouble is that I guess my mindset is that the money will come when I've made something worth it. And my job is not to earn that money in that way. It's to earn the respect to be able to ask for it. Even that, I feel like, it's because I don't like advertising to people, I think. But that's just because it's not in my blood to do so. Best games come from the creators' need to create, but you still have to have self-value and value work. Your patrons believe in your work more. I definitely feel like I need to make a Patreon after this game comes out. Like, I think it'll be after this game that I make one and say, like, yeah, this is going to be where things go. And, like, I think the easiest way that it's going to come about is that it's literally just going to be like, oh, did you pay money? Cool. Here's some stuff that you can throw your 2 cents at. That's kind of what it seems like people like, is having the ability to throw input in. The trouble is that there always has to be that disclaimer of, remember that it's feedback, it's not necessarily you're guaranteeing you're not guaranteeing creative control. You're guaranteeing that you're going to give that feedback to someone. But it is still like, I think that once the demo comes out, I will be far more confident. Even if it's just confidence that, oh, the game needs more time. I think even that's more than enough for me, you know? What is this thing? Dionysus. What do you do? What do you do? That's pretty neat. But yes, I do think that you are worth what you think you are. I think you are an inspiring creator. Makes me want to support your efforts to continue. Yeah, I think I'll just need to figure something out, right? Like figuring out what I need to do to evolve in the space I'm in. Because I'm not exactly a typical creator in the first place. I don't think I'm... And not in a bad way. I just think it's like, it's, you know, for better or for worse. You know, I understand my pros and cons. I think I feel like the thing that I understand is that I work on this. I will know if I was right after the game demo. I did like your writing and have sent people that direction before. Oh, thanks, guy. I hope that people feel the same. I'll probably be really annoying on Friday, though, I will say. I will be in every chat I'm in talking the game up, and it will probably get grating to somebody, which I think is funny. Just because I know that's how I am. Not like grating like a bad way, I just know that... I do know that that's just, you know, it's how I am. I know I'm going to be excited, and and for some people it might be like, holy crap, he is like not shutting up, and it's like, yes. I'll pay for that. But yes, I think that I'll be ready for it. I think this whole week is gonna be me hyping myself up for putting that demo out there. And I am going to have to get myself really moving, you know, just having to remind myself like, hey, you know, it's okay. Your Twitch Discord where you want game interests, your game interest sent, or your Twitch? Twitch Discord, where do you want game interest sent? I'm probably going to talk about it in both places. Like, I'm going to talk about it on the Discord, and I'm also going to be talking about it here, which is what I do. I think I talk about it regularly. I think it's just how I do. But I do think that I'll probably be, because this Friday I'm going to be streaming the demo myself, so I can talk about it. And on the Discord, I'll be discussing stuff like... I feel like if I'm going to start discussing the game more earnestly, I'm probably going to be doing so on there. Where it's like, if people... I guess the trouble is that I always think of myself as a resource, not as like if somebody wants to ask questions. That's kind of where I want to be, is just somewhere that someone can reach me. Less than I want to be... It's almost like it's like far less do I want to be, you know, like going to people and saying like, it's hard for me to get that in my head of I need to go to people and be like, hey, here's some stuff I know. It's so much easier for me to be like, oh, hey, I know this stuff. If you want to know, just ask or something. Like, it's still not in my blood to do that. Which I think is it's more of a personal... It's a personality trait thing, less than a matter of my confidence. I think that is far more my personality of like, yeah, no, I like being available for people, not necessarily, you know, in like in front of people. But that is definitely training from college, and not in a good way training. I had to train myself out of being kind of, I think the best way I can put it is chronically jaded, as as a fellow student told me once, that that's how I am. But it's mostly just because I am definitely the I guess it's just like I know that I can be trying to work with, and I had to work myself into being less so. But that was because college is strange. You also need to send a marketing tweet for the demo. I haven't seen anything on your account as the developer studio. Yes, I definitely should. I think I talked about the demo being ready, and I need to throw it down again. I'm gonna write that down for my list for tomorrow. I need to start ramping up the stuff for the week. I am definitely still trying to learn how marketing works. You're responsible for visibility. Yes, I am. That is something I am still trying to wrap my head around, and that it's funny because I don't talk about it much, but the predication of me streaming in the first place is for that. It was for that idea of, well, wouldn't it be nice if as a developer and as an author, as a musician, I was just on 3 nights a week. Well, there's 2 at first, but recommend Canva. They have awesome demos to help you along. Yes. I think I've used Canva before. I know I've used some other stuff of that ilk. I do think though that I definitely have recognized in my own lifetime that I am not very good with business sense. That is not something that I am the finest with, because I always think not what will make me anything, but I always think about, well, what about the people who are going to be getting it? I hate for you to see you fall because of lack of perception. Yes. I do at least understand that I need to be more aware of, you know, putting my stuff in places. It is mostly just that I am still learning how best to do so without breaking my own principles. Because that's kind of what always has come, is that I have to balance my internal desire to not annoy people and to give things that I think are a good deal, and understanding that I need to value my work. Like that is something I do need to learn. That is still something I need to learn, is that I do need to learn to be able to put myself as as a business, because that's not something I think of. It always feels weird at first to put yourself in the spotlight, but you want to reach people and have them hear you. Needs to be loud and proud for that. Yes. Yeah, I do. I do. New hand action. Oh, I have an exploder. I see. I want the... There we go. But yes, I do need to... it is something I have to consider, and it's not easy. Especially, I will say that is exactly what I had to consider as an author, even, was I have to put my books down on... And I did it through Amazon, and it's like, okay, well... I did so because I recognized that my chances of getting published in an actual publishing, like, you know, trying to publish a book unironically, is not going to be easy. In fact, it's not even going to be remotely, like, thinkable at first, right? Oh no, I made a mistake. I made the same mistake I did last time. And I do not like it when I do that. I keep doing that too. This is fine. Also, did you think more on making a few TikToks or YouTube shorts to have big outreach for game PR? Short form content gets hundreds of thousands of views even on low and is passive marketing. I might end up making... I think what I'm going to have to end up doing is basically forcing myself to record gameplay. I'm going to have to just like force myself to be like, yeah, go play gameplay. Go do it. A few clips and decent tags will help you greatly. Yeah, I think I just need to get myself to do it, quite frankly. That one's still moving. That one has not moved yet. Oh, that's what it... Why does it work like that? I feel like I'm understanding less and less as we play. I do need to do some stuff, though. I'll probably end up doing marketing this week. It is definitely, though, the thing that I have put off the most, because it's my weakest point, but it's also the most... The trouble is that it's almost more important than the game itself to have good marketing, which I think is very alien to me as a person. It is very alien to me to consider marketing before the game itself. If it's good, I will be adding you to mine as a few of my releases, but you can't rely on that. No, of course not. I think I'm slowly losing my ability to understand this game. I think my brain is slowly melting, and it's like, okay, yes, I am understanding less and less as I play. It definitely feels like I don't understand this game to a certain extent. I think it's mostly just the combat. I think the game I'm playing, I'm like, I do hope that I'm pretty sure once the demo is like complete and ready, I will be at least definitely in terms of once it's complete and ready. In terms of like gameplay, like I know how it's going to work and I know what's going to happen. I think I'll feel a lot better. Let's see. I think I just lose. I think I just lost. But I'm actually kind of uncertain, to be honest. Yes, I did. Okay. I want to encourage you to be the best for your community. Marketing does get fun and joyful once you start getting positive feedback and excitement. Yes. I do think that I think I do need to start doing it and get into the habit of doing it. I think the trouble is that I have learned that I am not very good at recording things without writing a flat plain script. Like I cannot do outlines. I tried doing an outline at the I took some advice from another creator, Quality Individual. She's a streamer here, and I took her because she said that she does outlines. She doesn't write pure scripts. And I found out that I am actually god awful at improving in that fashion. Like I can do these talks here, because this is a conversation. When it's just me and a microphone, I cannot do it. I physically cannot do it. It's like this weird thing of I have to have a script written down. Maybe Mark, it'd be easier for you if you riff off someone else. Probably, yeah. I know it's funny because my mom actually asked, like, do you need me to just like sit here so you can talk through it? I'm like, you know, maybe. Because it is definitely proven, I've definitely found that I am not very good at that sort of thing. What am I doing? What is the question. I think I've just made the mistake again. I made the mistake again, didn't I? I did. I don't know why I keep thinking that it's not going to happen every time. Oh, good lord. Okay, you know what? No, I'm going to put him over here and just let him explode. There we go. That's what I wanted. That worked. I'm just gonna take it. I'm just gonna take it. I know it sounds crazy, but chatting into a mirror. Yeah, well, the weird thing is I can talk to myself okay. It's just, for some reason, when it comes to doing it into a microphone, it's just, It's never been easy for me, even when I tried to do it when I was younger, when I was like in high school too. It's like I could, if I was following a script, like reading, if I wrote myself an actual essay, like honest to goodness essay, and I read it verbatim, I'd be fine. If I am given a script, I can read a script. I cannot like sit in front of a microphone and just talk. Like it has to be a conversation. It has to be me riffing on something. It has to be me working with something. It does not work in my head to not have like a feedback engine. So I will try to do it though. This week I'll probably have to force myself to do a lot of extra work just to get the game and the demo ready. And it will be difficult for me, but I know it'll be worth it, so I will do my best. Rocks. I whiffed that really hard. God dang it. I am definitely noticing my brain is slowly frying out, but that's okay. I do know that I am actively fighting against... I'm actively fighting it. Take your time. You never released an official demo release. I mean, I guess that's also something I kind of keep forgetting is... You know, Sky, that you bring up a fair point. I kind of keep forgetting the fact that this is like I have do it right and have a solid release. Yeah, I think it's just I have realized very rapidly that of all things I have done, like I went to college, I did all that stuff, but working on my own, I have slowly realized that every time I do something, it is usually my first time doing it. Like making... Honestly, like making a game all on my own is something this is the first time I've done it. And I think that is something that I have to remind myself sometimes. That it is not going to be perfect. Which I've gotten over at this point. I think I've gotten over at this point that it is not going to be a... it's certainly not going to be a perfect thing. And I'm grateful it's not going to be the defining piece of my career, because thankfully I have a fair bit of career. I have a fair bit. You have done great and accomplished a lot. Make it the best first shot you can take. Yeah, I think I will, Sky. This has been very uplifting for me. Set the bar high for yourself. I mean, I kind of already did, because now I'm like, the game won't have any bugs when it comes out, because I won't let it happen. Like, yeah, that's... That is insanely high a bar for me. I'm like, all right, you do the thing, man. I'll await seeing it on the other side. Truly. I'm also mentally trying to figure this game out. It's also funny because this whole time my brain is like, oh yeah, like verbalize how you're feeling about this next week and the demo. And also, oh yeah, by the way, do you know how this works? What if I just triggered this? It didn't work. That's unfortunate. But I think it's good to set high expectations for yourself. Like having high standards, but being grateful for what it is. You'll have bugs, but this one makes the game perfect. I never played a game that I thought was a masterpiece that didn't have character. I think well, there is one, I will say bug, but I call it a bug out of love. There is a bug in the game that I know exists, and I'm leaving it in on purpose. Because it's not a bug, it's a feature. But the reason I'm leaving it in is because it's actually hilarious. And because I know it exists. You know, it's one of those things where there's a difference between a bug and a feature, and it's if you know it exists or not. And that's the truth of it, is that a feature is a bug that you know is there. Like you know it's there, and you're okay with that. Actually, wait. I want to... No, it's fine. I think it's okay. I'm actually very uncertain if it is. Ow. But I think it'll be. I think I'm just trying to be hopeful that things will work out as they need to. Okay, well that was not what I was hoping for, but it's what I got. I'm fairly certain this is not going to go. This fight is not going to go well, but we will see. All right, remove Vladimir from this map. Yep. Yeah, he's gonna get the cheap shot. I know it. Ow. I do not like the snail. But yes, I think I think it'll be fine. I know it will be. I just need to. I will probably spend tomorrow doing some of the demo stuff. I think specifically I'm going to need to spend some time getting gameplay stuff ready. Ow. Oh no, the snail. I do not appreciate the snail. But I do think that I have thought about. I think the thing I've thought more about in the last time is making sure the demo is ready and good, and not so much thinking about am I going to be how am I going to market it? Okay, yeah, that snail's going to instant kill me if I don't do something, so I have to be careful. I think I can win this if I just make him chase me. Think. Spoil yourself a bit. You like ramen? Might have a recommendation to give you the boost you need. I haven't had ramen in a while, actually. It's funny how rare it is in this household. I think it's mostly just because I usually end up cooking, doing like pasta of varying kinds. Rao ramen. I'm curious. I'm very curious. Oh, I need to have to look into that. This is if you feel like something quick tasty with that quality stock. I see. Oh, I got killed. Go over to show you. Show you, huh? I'll have to look that up then. I'm gonna have to go find, like, you know, like, I'm gonna have to go, like, check it out and build stuff. Tonkatsu is also tasty. Yeah, it's weird because I was one of those few college students at my college that didn't really do, not that I didn't do ramen, it was more just that I didn't do a lot of it. I was very, quite frankly, I was strange compared to the rest of my my peers. Because I did not have the same dietary ideas, as it were. I need to stop doing that, because it's happened more than once, and also I keep forgetting that they keep putting my units in places that don't make sense in my head. It's not like one side versus one side, it's that they have them like mixed in for some reason, and I don't know why. I am confusion. How do I... Oh, I can just push him off. This is fine. It is. It's fun. It is interesting though that when I compare my college experience to others, where it's like, oh, it gives you that boost to get you through your game demo release. I'm sure it will. Honestly, I think just the fact that, I do think that it's the fact alone that, that I have the support of friends that really want to see me succeed. I think that's gonna keep me good. At least keep you fed and hydrated. That's true. Ow. The snail. The snail. How do I do this? Double kill. All right. I'm also finding my stride apparently in this game too. But I'm sure things will work out. I think what I'll do tomorrow is, as part of tomorrow, I'll probably do screenshots and talk about the demo in earnest. I think that'll be what I have to do tomorrow. Because I will have to do both. Yeah. We'll say, having played this game for this long, I feel like my brain is finally like taking in the aesthetic of it, and it's now just like the numbers of it I'm slowly trying to understand. It is very strange. Okay, question. What do halos actually mean? Each halo increases damage and accuracy. Will also removes heresy. Let's see. This game on the contrary has also been like oddly complex despite its very like, you know, goofy nature. It is a particularly intriguing game on the aesthetics, on the... Oh, I just realized I lose this. Whoops. Good luck with the rest of your stream. Don't work too hard, and if you need some, my DMs are open anytime. Oh, thanks, guy. I really appreciate it, man. Also, I need to drink water. I do need to drink water. Oh, thank you. Thank you for reminding me to take care of myself. Ah. I'm sure things will only go upward from here. Ugh. I must say, I am absolutely certain that I have played this game for 4 hours, and I feel like I've learned relatively little. But I think it's mostly just because I don't quite grasp the mechanics. Though I do think the tooltip is probably partially why. And I do think that it is my steadfast internal, like, why does it not make sense? Like, alright, this is the part that doesn't make sense to me half the time. Why is this guy just put in the middle? Why is he just put here? Why have they placed him here? In this manner? Okay, wait, this will actually... Okay, no. I have under... At the very least, these puzzles are not changed every time I play. So I should, in theory, be able to see replicable results. That's what I'm noticing suddenly, is that these maps are not different. It's just which units get put where that keeps throwing me off. And my brain doesn't internalize that. Because it doesn't make sense for me. It's one of those things where, oh yeah, I see it, but I don't understand it. And I think I'm getting it now, but only because it's been long enough that my brain is finally like, yep, you might understand this game. You might finally understand. But that is a solid maybe. It is still a solid maybe. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna get him out of the way. Oh, I think I'm getting it. Maybe. Perhaps I am understanding. Yeah, because I'm able to replicate certain actions and understand what I need to do to win. It is like chess, though, where each board has a sort of end state where you need to get to. And these end states seem to be pretty almost rigid, where you need to know what you're looking for. Otherwise, you end up making a bunch of mistakes and you don't get any closer to the objective in that sense. Where it's almost like there is a defined, this is how you win state of the board. Rather than a, oh, you strategically dealt with the opponent. It's no, you need to have a certain, like, setup, as it were. Otherwise, you will lose. Like, there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's like, if you don't set up properly, you lose. And that's just it. That is the end of it. Which I think is fascinating, because most games are not willing to do that kind of thing to you. I think I messed that one up. No, I didn't. Okay, we're good. But I think I'm understanding. I think I've spent most of the stream talking about my game rather than this one, which makes me feel a little bad, because I do prefer talking about the game itself that I'm playing. But I think I needed to talk through the demo. I did think I needed to, because I think truly it is going to weigh heavily on my mind for the rest of the week. Not in a bad way, just, you know, in the way that, you know, your responsibilities are supposed to weigh on you. Because if they aren't weighing on you, then they're not responsibilities, they're luxuries. They're not something that needs to be done, it's something that you want to have done. Which is a very big difference. The big difference in that sort of mindset. Can I push? Well, at least he has to cross fire in order to reach us, so that's fine. I am fine with this. Cross if you dare, snail. Oh good, he's running away. It's fine. This is good. But yes. I do think that of all the things that I've done right, I think we're focusing on the game itself to make a good game and then putting it out there will be, I think that will be a good tactic. I think it'll pay off. Especially if I put it up tomorrow. I think I have an idea of what I can do for it. Just might need to sit. Force myself to do something. What do I do? Book Exploder, Bishop-like creature, Mighty Dog. I will take Mighty Dog. Why not? I won't buy a thing. And we're back to Godfrey. We have returned to Godfrey one last for the first. This is no matter what happens. This is the last attempt I'm making to beat Godfrey in the journey mode. No ifs, ands, or buts. This is the last time I take a crack at this nonsense. Okay. I think I know what I can do, though. I think I at least understand my method. How many am I allowed to draw in a turn, by the way? I can draw as many as I want. Also, move this forward. Then put down my car. Back. Okay, I think I'm understanding. What is this? Oh, I can put, that's right, I can put enemies to sleep, that's right. I have the ability to put people to sleep. So if somebody gets close enough to be a threat, I can push them back. It will be fine. Oh god, more donkeys. The donkeys are the ones that are really throwing me for a loop, so I gotta be more careful. Okay. That said, if this guy explodes, I do get to have extra. I do deal a lot of damage to him, so if Aram does explode, it will be death. Get rid of him. Bonk. All right, excellent. Very least, it's going well. The fight is at least moving a pace, even if not in the pace that I wish it to go. But it's still going. It's still going somewhere. This is fine. You cannot pray. This is fine. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Please nap, my good man. Alright, the explosion has gone off and nothing happened, but that's fine. This is fine. This is fine. I am sure this will work out a-okay. Toby. Okay. What can I do? Okay, I have 17 ink. I should be able to summon something of consequence. Draw the slinging man. And draw Swordulus. And let's do these. Send Evarist forward. Heal Mephistone. I like that name. Mephistone is actually kind of a nice name. Okay. You're not fling myself into the precipice as much as I'd like to. Alright. And now I need to move forward because I need to claim dominion, as it were. Okay, thankfully he's going to do the job for me, which is good. Said. Move forward. Alright. I did not want to turn around with that. That's upsetting. Okay, this is fine. I'm sure this will be fine. Oh, he gave Billiam a move again. That's not... Okay. Down. Advance march. Maybe hit him. Hit the guy. I don't know. Just shoot him. just hit him or something. Okay, what is he aiming for? He's aiming for me. I will say the fact that the AI continuously aims for me, like for the Inkulinati and not any of the units, tells me that the Inkulinati's health is far more important to their priorities than anything else in the game. Which is a very important thing for me to know. Because I don't think I would have come to that conclusion myself. I just being honest. I don't think that would have been the conclusion I came to. Let's move. Let's see. I want to send. I could send him that far. Actually, no. I want to get me out of the way because I don't want to die. I don't want to die due to some nonsense, so I'd rather not. Let's see. Happies. Then... I think I'm just going to stay here. I don't know if there's anything I can do. Kind of in an awkward position where I have to... Oh, jeez. Okay, yeah, I want to get rid of Billiam, so... I have to risk doing a little... Oh, no, that's going to be a lot of damage to Everest. That's okay. He's okay. He lives. It's fine. Not great, but it's fine. It's fine. As long as I beat this fight, I think I'll be happy. I do not even need to win it in a very elegant fashion. I just need to win the fight. Regardless of how it is done, that is fine. I do not mind. I would just be happy knowing I have beaten this fool. This butt trumpeting man. As long as this foolishness is done, I will be happy. Maybe, just maybe, I'll be able to win this. I might be able to win this fight with that is, it's a solid perhaps, but it's possible. Okay. Actually, I'll This is the point of this is to, I just need to clear that space. I feel bad for Everest, but he's dead. I have to stone the location. Okay, now I need to get me out of there. I need to get my Inkulinati out of there, because if I don't, I am going to die. There is no meme. There is just flames, and the damnation that comes within. Let's see. How does this work? Alright, wait. How does this work? Forces a single beast to take a nap at single its turn. Okay, it does it. No valid targets in range. Oh, it's because the rocks are in the way. Crap. Okay. Awkward. Strange. I think. I'm not really sure how those abilities work. If I'm being totally honest. Put a spearman in the way. This will work, I think. As long as there's something in the way, we'll be fine. Because he can't force his way around this. He has to deal with it somehow. Okie dokie. I have an idea and an objective, but it's not going to work. It's only going to somewhat maybe work. Honestly, though, I will say as a wrap-up for the stream, as much as I talked about my own game, this game, I can't recommend it enough just because it's funny. Like, honestly, I feel like there's something to be said about the power of a sense of humor. And that's true for a lot of games. I think a good sense of humor can really, it can pave the way for a game to be better. And I don't mean like cracking jokes every 5 seconds. It's more like having an innate sense of comedy, I think, is important for a good game. Just being totally honest. Not necessarily like comedic. Like, you don't need to be comedic in value. It's more, as long as you're having fun. All right, well, Godfrey has made one fatal mistake. And that's that he put himself in a position where I can get to him. Yeah, because now I can... Why can I not mess with him? Why does he have... Why is this the way it is? Oh, I can skip his turn. Oh, that's why, because he has a turn I can skip. All right, go to sleep. I see now. Okay. Oh, I can just shove him back. All right, go back with you. Into the fires of hell with you. I am going to sleep. I am taking this victory. I spent all stream trying to just beat this ding-dong, and I am going to take it. I'll be gone with you. Oh, thank goodness. 'Tis but a scratch. And a Monty Python reference to cap it off. You know, at the very least, I did win the fight. Oh my god. And actions. What do I get? Triple target healing. Wakes up 3 friendly beasts from their nap. Gives them an additional turn in the current chapter. Yes, taking that. Once 2 drops of living ink at the beginning of each chapter. Probably good. And while wielding. Quite confident you were cheating. That's not very fair, is it? You think you're closer to bring your master back to life. I want to put my faith in death. I mean, most people don't, but that makes sense. What in the heck am I looking at? We only have a little bit of time left, but I will try to get further. I will at least try. Unfortunately, my time is a bit tight. Mostly just due to the it is primarily just due to the fact that since I have to see to the dogs, I do have to like, because I have to like let them out, because they have, you know, I have to let them upstairs. Upstairs I have to let them out, and it's like, ugh. Oh, can I do this? I can. That's actually kind of helpful. Let's see. Good. They do have to get through all this, though, so that's fine. This should work. These guys are definitely not the, Definitely not the first things I wanted to use, but it'll be fine. Sure, it'll be fine. There we go. But I think this game is genuinely fun. I think it feels much more like an arcade version of a Fire Emblem game, if that makes any sense. Like Scribblenauts and Fire Emblem are put together, and it's very strange. But it's a fun jaunt, and it's interesting. Very strange, very confusing at times. Definitely a little bit harder. I think it's harder on console than it is on PC for sure. I would definitely say that if you're that the superior method might be, it might very well be that the superior play style is PC. But for someone who just wants to play a genuinely interesting game on Xbox, yeah, you could do definitely worse. I will say that much. You definitely could do worse. This game's pretty solid, and I think that if you're looking for a fun time that is very silly, this will do. This'll do. And also, it's really silly, so it's a lot of fun. I think the silliness of it is also a selling point, quite frankly. The combination of silliness and actually intriguing strategy, it's pretty good. I will say that it has a high learning curve. That's, I think, the best way I could describe the game, is that it has a high learning curve. Bonk. Alrighty. Get some more water. At the very least, I am winning the fight. Ink shower. Ah, yes. I have acquired more ink. Hello. Ow. Please do the don't. Please. Let's see. At least this lets me hit him, so this should work. I should have hit the 5, but it's fine. It will be okay. Perhaps. Ow. Well, that's pain. Oh, I would be able to stop up there, but I can't because of the thing there. This is awkward. This is awkward. This is awkward. Try my best to figure that out. Let's see. I could breathe fire on this guy and just get rid of him. Bonk. There we go. Alright, that works. This works. Sort of. Should probably heal myself first so I don't die. Especially given that I only have so many points. Crap, I do not have many good units for spawning in this. I did not bring very good ones, but probably because they were trying to choose the ones I'm the least bored with, so I definitely understand. The fart demons are pretty good, though, I will say. Oh, there's a hole right there. I didn't even realize that's what that was. Oh. I see. That makes a lot of sense as to why that was so... Yeah, alright, that makes sense. That would explain why they were... But why is there a hole there? How does work? Apocalyptic flames? I see. Who will go first, I wonder? I'm really confused, but we're working on it. We're working with it. I forgot that it pushes when he attacks. If I push you, you die. Okay, I see. Alright then. I will take that. Okay, now, do I have to... If I pause... Okay, question. Quit to menu. Okay, no, it just quits. Oh no, it gives me continued journey. Okay, cool. That's what I wanted to know. Okay. So... I think I will call stream on time today. Just because I have to hit the ground running with work tomorrow, as you guys probably heard. So hopefully I'll be able to hit, you know, really hit the ground and get things going. Actually, I just realized that I'm gonna have more to promote this week. Ooh, that should be nice. I think I'll be ready. Tomorrow's going to be a big day for it as well, because it's a lot of the balance work that I need to do. So I'm sure that things will work out a-okay. It will be fun. Had a realization about something in the game, and I'm gonna have to check it later, but I'll do it on my time. It's something I have to balance. But for now, thank you so much for everyone who's here and for everyone who got to show up today. Honestly, this game is worth it, so I'd really, if you have Game Pass or know where this is on PC, Inkulinati, I'd look it up. It's really fun. I was kind of distracted today, but I think that's just the moments of the times. But this is really cool. I think this is a fun one. And I would definitely support the devs if you can, please. Send them issue stuff and talk to them. I probably will have to at some point. Write down, talk to them. Because it is a fascinating game, and it's still in development at this point, according to the dates. So, yeah. Now whenever I see you guys next, goodbye for now, and thank you.